Oh, hey, I was muted. Hi everyone, how's it going? Welcome on back to the stream. Hope everyone's doing well. Happy Saturday. Hold up, I gotta put the cat cam on still. I said the stream starts when the cat lets us start. And then the cat's not done with us yet. So, you know how it be. Just be a cat. With the soul of a dog because he likes belly rubs. Alright. Oh, that's hot. That's a hot cup. Hold up. Okay. How's it going, guys? Welcome on back. It is time for more Ace Attorney Saturdays. What a good time we're gonna have. We are in the middle of a case about science. We all love some science here, or sometimes, as we like to say, science. So, we do it for the science sometimes. Yeah. I hope everyone's doing well. We are on investigation part... Ow! Hold up. I was trying to adjust my windows and the cat headbutt me in the arm and I lost them all, so... Alright, calm down, Momo. Calm down. Calm down. We are trying to start the stream, Momo. I know. It's very concerning that you're not getting fed 24/7. I know. What a crime. What a crying shame. Yeah, so let's see. We're on case 3, I believe. And we need to do our second day of investigation, which we finally got permission to do. We couldn't do it before due to some rules. But now we can. We're gonna go... We couldn't properly investigate the scene, the equipment that is, the scene of the crime, essentially, last time. But now we have the authorization to do so, so we're gonna do that. We're going to do the things. I'm going to... trying to adjust this in my headset. Okay. There we go. I didn't read that. What was the date? 23rd of October, 2:41 p.m. Naruhodo's legal consultancy. Oh yeah, and Susato came back. She just appeared during the trial. We were like, Susato-san! What a pleasant surprise, right?
Oh, this room. It's been too long. It hasn't changed in the slightest, though. And it's been some 6 months, hasn't it? It's a long time for things to stay so... familiar.
I didn't know when you might return, and I wanted everything to be as you left it. Yeah, that's pretty much what we did. Yeah, she came back, it was a surprise, and now we can properly do our investigation with Susato in hand, and maybe start getting a better sense for the overarching mystery that's been happening in the Great Ace Attorney series, you know? Other general stuff. We might at some point take a little break while I go get some iced tea or a cold bottle of water or something. It's warm today. So you may hear that the sound quality may not be as good today because I do have fans running, and when I have the fans running, which has been like most of the days for the past week or so, I can hear it. Like there's a slight like distortion in the sound, but I'd rather be comfortable so that I can keep streaming than suffer and melt in the heat. Alright, anyway, let's continue. But it has been some 6 months, it's true.
So, is your father alright, Susie? What happened? My father?
Yes, Professor Mikotoba. I mean, it was half a year ago, but that's why you went back to Japan. Oh yeah, but we don't know that he faked the whole thing. He was just trying to get her to come back. Because of the telegram you received saying he'd fallen ill with a very high fever for some unknown reason.
That's right. So I was surprised to learn you'd be coming back so soon. Surprised but happy.
Yes, my father lied.
I think I wrote about it in my letter to you, that it was all a trick. My father's in fine health. And I'm obviously relieved about that.
Well, we're all delighted to have you back.
It was quite by accident that I'd been able to return to Europe, actually. It's because of a very grand conference called the International Forensic Science Symposium.
The International Forensic... That's the same symposium Lord Strongheart mentioned.
Anyway...
Excuse me.
Anyway, I've arrived safe and sound, and all that matters is that I'm here now. After all, I haven't yet fulfilled my promise to you, Iris.
Oh! You must tell us everything that happened while you were back in Japan. How's everybody doing? I'd like to know. I'm sure Rionuska's very curious.
Yes, of course, I shall.
And there's one other thing. Something you wrote in your letter that particularly grabbed my attention. About you-know-who? About Kazuma.
I know. I'll tell you all that I can.
Okay, hold up. You guys might see something... Actually, hold on. Let me hide the screen for a second. I need to fix something. Give me 1 second. Okay, I can put it back, but I'm still fixing. The game is coming out of the wrong input. Why aren't you coming out of the correct input? Odd. It was working last time, but it's not coming out of the right slider, which is a little frustrating. Can't do too much about it, but be how it be. Alright. Hopefully it doesn't... Hopefully we'll be alright. Okay. Can I look around the room?
You have water gently boiling on the stove, I see.
Feels wrong somehow if I can't hear the water bubbling away. And we have plenty of logs. It's not like we have to worry about paying for gas.
It's important to open the window for fresh air when the fire's burning, though. You can't keep it closed just because it's cold outside. It could be a matter of life and death.
Avoiding the freezing winter air is a matter of life and death too, if you ask me. Yeah, but you don't want to, like, fill up with smoke or anything.
Oh well, perhaps a nice cup of tea will warm you up later.
I appreciate that. Yeah, you don't want to inhale the smoke. Ugh. Thinking back, that spade's been in here since we first moved in, hasn't it?
I'm sure I've told you before, Mr. Naruhodo. It's not a spade, it's a shovel.
No, shovels are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a spade.
No, spades are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a... shovel.
The great spade shovel war rages on. As it should. Such as ladder and step ladder.
Oh, I'm so looking forward to making you some tea again, Mr. Naruhodo.
Which you'd think I wouldn't like, given that I'm not too keen on bitter flavors, but it is Sasato-san's tea. And it's amazing what a little cake or something on the side can do.
I would dearly love to serve you some sort of Japanese sweet alongside your matcha green tea. But I suppose that's simply not possible, given how long we've been staying here in London.
Well, I do like the little chocolates you put with my tea. They go wonderfully.
Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. You would, wouldn't you?
That gives me a warm glow inside for some reason. Are you to a ship? Should I be shipping them? You see, I've been keeping my desk beautifully covered in papers, as always.
You really must tidy it all up, Mr. Naruhodo. No more excuses.
But Mrs. Sato, the way I see it, all these papers building up on my desk like this are a reminder of my wonderfully diverse daily life. Sorry, I'm stretching. There we go. I just stretch out something. I like to leave them as they are, so I never forget how lucky I am to have such a varied experiences.
In that case, you should definitely have a thorough tidy. Then you'll be able to see your papers building up all over again and feel that joy renewed.
Still can't beat her in an argument, even though I'm the lawyer here. Look, that's only because of stupid, sexist, outdated rules. Don't worry about it.
I see your Dodoma still has only one eye filled in.
Well, we agreed that it's something we do together, didn't we? We could do it right now if you like. I'd be happy with that.
I rather like the anticipation, I think, Mr. Naruhodo.
I left your desk completely untouched, Mrs. Sato, so it would be ready for you whenever you return.
It's beautifully clean. There isn't a speck of dust anywhere. You've been cleaning in my absence, Mr. Naruhodo. Whatever next?
Well, I couldn't allow my great assistant's desk to sit there gathering dust, could I? What if Iris is the one who did it?
It really is exactly as it was when I left. I'm so touched. But sadly, your desk is also exactly as it was too.
Well, that's how it should be after all.
Oh dear. I'd forgotten how that clean-cut smile can be so disarming.
She always looks so disappointed in us.
So pleased to see all our sea creatures doing so well in the aquarium.
Yes, the prawns are still swimming and the anemones are still swinging. Obviously, I've been looking after them carefully. At first, I used to drool whenever I looked at those juicy prawns, but not anymore. They're like part of the family now. Can't eat your family.
I don't suppose they'll ever know how close they were to meeting their maker.
Your room through there should be exactly as you left it. I've still never been inside. I've never been invited.
Of course not. Only Iris is allowed in my room.
No doubt I'll be hearing you two giggling away in there again then.
It must be about a year ago now. I wrote a really long story based on some of my father's old notes.
Sorry, I'm like getting the hair out of my headphone.
It's about one of Hurley's greatest exploits. I call it the Hound of Baskervilles.
But then Mr. Shums forbade you from publishing it, and put the manuscript somewhere nobody could get their hands on it.
So nobody knows anything about it apart from Hurley and I. But for some reason, you know the title of it, didn't you, Susie?
Yeah, you want to talk about that? We never finished.
Oh, it sounds so exciting. The Hound of the Baskervilles. I should love to read it. And you wouldn't tell me how you'd come to know it. Yes, but I made you a promise that I would explain one day, didn't I? I think it's time. Oh! I'm only sorry I've had to keep it from you for so long, Iris.
Oh my god, we're finally gonna get some fucking answers!
It was completely by accident that I came to know the title of your manuscript, Iris. It was a short while before we left Japan. I was cleaning Father's study and I saw something on his writing desk. A large box of papers. There was a label affixed to the box that was written in English. It read, "The Hound of the Baskervilles."
What? My Baskerville story? How did it end up in Japan? I thought it was supposed to be... Oh, maybe he told her that he... So Hurley did lie. He said he put it in the pawnbroker, but he actually shipped it. Sent it away for some reason that we don't know. Some mysterious, unknown, unclear reason.
My Baskerville story? Of course, I had no idea what it was at the time. But Father came in and...
Sato, what are you doing?
Oh! Father!
Did you look at those papers?
No, I simply read the label, that's all.
Well, put it out of your mind.
Sorry?
Forget that you ever saw it, and certainly don't tell anybody else about this. Do you understand? Yeah, but how did she know that what it was if all she saw was the label? But what was Iris's manuscript doing in Japan? And also, how did you know it was her manuscript if all you saw was the label?
I have no idea. When I heard Iris mention the word Baskerville that day, the title just slipped out. I would never have guessed that it was an unpublished account of one of Mr. Sholmes's exploits.
Why couldn't you just tell us that before? Like, I don't understand. That doesn't explain why you couldn't tell us. Like, why all the secrecy? What was so... Like, what was so... odd about... Like, what was so special about that you couldn't just tell us that, you know, that's how you saw the name?
When I returned to Japan, I asked Father to explain, but he refused to answer any of my questions. And there was no sign of the big box in his office. That's really all I know about it.
Why couldn't you just tell us that?
I've no doubt that Father has a very good reason for being so secretive about it, but still.
So, what I'm getting out of this is that supposedly, maybe she's trying to keep her father's secret, and that's why she didn't want to tell us. She's like, I want to find out more about this before I tell you, in case it's something that I really shouldn't be telling you about. It's the only thing I can think of.
I made up my mind to explain myself to both of you. Well, thank you for being so honest, Susie.
What if it's not actually Iris's manuscript, but what if it was a journal or some notes or a new, or maybe it was like a maybe it was something that her father wrote that John Wilson, right? Hold on. John Watson, sorry. Brain farted there for a second. Yeah, what if it was something that her father wrote? Because he was in Japan, clearly, because he was the first victim of the entire series. Or rather, this section of series. Anyway.
Well, thank you for being so honest, Susie.
Well, got my answer. Alright, let's talk. Back in Britain.
When I first arrived back in Japan, I really thought I'd never be allowed to return to Britain. But curiously, after that awful trial at the Supreme Court, Father's mood changed entirely.
The awful trial? Oh yeah, for the murder of Giselle Brett.
Ooh, you dressed as a man then, didn't you, Susie? Oh, well, yes. Since women are forbidden in the courtroom, I had no choice. Wow, amazing! I wish I'd seen it. Don't you, Bruno?
Yeah, I suppose so.
I want to play at being a lawyer now. I could wear a false mustache, maybe.
I don't think any mustache could hide the fact that you're just 10 years old, Iris. There's something else I've been wanting to ask you, Miss Susato. It's about the real reason why Professor Mikotoba summoned you back to Japan. You said in your letter it was something to do with that convict salute we found in Mr. Natsume's lodgings.
That's right. A very large dog collar we found with the bee emblem on it. It seems Mr. Natsume included a drawing of the collar in the report he submitted about his time in Britain. I understand that when Father saw the report, he turned as white as a sheet.
Why would that be then? What is up with Baskerville?
Father came to Britain himself, of course, to study. It was some time ago now, but he stayed for 6 years. I can only imagine that something must have happened during that time. But if he refuses to tell me what it was, then I intend to find the answers for myself. And I've decided that I, for one, won't keep any more secrets.
Thank you! People who hoard secrets, like when we're going through some important shit, and they won't even explain, they won't give like any kind of explanation, like they won't even say like, I can't tell you because it's not my place to tell you this, or I can't tell you because I can't tell you yet because I don't have all the information yet. Or like I can't, or like even just like I can't tell you because that's a very personal and sensitive topic for me and I'm just not ready to talk about it yet. Like anything, like any kind of like, okay, like is it like, what is the reason that you're hiding this? Like they're just like, when they just shut you down or, you know, whatever, like that shit's always very annoying and like makes me go like, why? It makes me very suspicious. Like even just a like, I promise that it's nothing harmful and it's nothing that you need to be immediately concerned about right now, but I can't tell you. Like even just that would be fine. I'll be like, okay, this is something that I may need to know later, and I'm sure if they just say like, I need you to trust me, I'm like, fine, that's okay. I will trust you to tell me when the time is appropriate, like something like that. But instead, like when they're just like, nah, I'm not gonna tell you, we're gonna change the subject, I just can't talk about it, and I'm just like, why? Because then I'm like, should I be concerned? Is this something I need to be concerned about? Should I not be, should I be suspicious and distrustful of you? Like, I don't know, like what other kind of secrets are you keeping? Because usually when people are like hiding shit, they're up to no good. Unless they're like, you know, they give you that reason where they're like, yeah, like I promise it's nothing bad. Like I just can't talk about it for whatever reason. Like I'm not ready to talk about it. Like, all right, that's fine. I respect that. I'm not going to push you anymore. You've assured me that, you know, it's nothing I need to be concerned about or that will put anybody in danger or will put you in danger or anything like that. So, you know, you tell me when you're ready.
Oh, Susie.
That's a very meaningful look Sasato-san's giving Iris there. Alright, let's talk about the symposium. Lord Strongheart mentioned something about that symposium too. I think he said that investigative authorities from 40 different countries would attend.
Yes, and from Japan, my father and Judge Jigoku have been invited.
Judge Hell.
It's something of an honor, I believe.
Well, Professor Mikotoba is the leading expert in forensic medicine in our country, after all. But who's the other person you mentioned? A judge, did you say?
Yes, His Excellency Judge Seishiro Jigoku. You've met him, Mr. Naruhodo. Last year, in the Supreme Court. You can't possibly have forgotten.
Look, we were under a lot of pressure. It's hard to remember everybody.
That terrible trial of yours when you were accused of murder.
Yes, I try to think of that as a positive turning point in my life these days.
Well, it was Judge Jigoku who presided over that trial.
If I'm perfectly honest, I'd be happy never to see that man's face again in my life.
Oh, well, anyway, as father was invited to the symposium, he agreed to me returning to Britain too. He won't actually arrive until next month, but, well, I couldn't wait. So I pleaded with him, and in the end, he agreed to me going on ahead.
Yeah, about the symposium, it seems as though Lord Strongheart has put in an awful lot of work to make it happen. It's obviously very important. Forensic science is the future!
I believe it is, yes. As I understand it, Lord Strongheart organized the entire event himself. I think he's hoping that by achieving exceptional results, he'll get the job of Attorney General.
The most senior position in the British justice system.
He's hoping to use his power to create the world's finest policing institution. That's what Father said anyway. Apparently it's Lord Strongheart's lifelong ambition.
Does Professor Mikotoba know Lord Strongheart personally, then, I wonder? Probably. They probably met during the 6 years that Mikotoba was here. Actually, Lord Strongheart gave me a long speech all about this very subject only yesterday. Quite long. But I sort of lost the will to live early on and didn't really listen to much of it.
How trying for you.
Let's talk about Giselle. Giselle Brett. The woman whose unforgivable actions ended in me being wrongly accused of a crime I didn't even commit. The murder of Dr. John H. Wilson. Oh, yeah. It is Wilson. I wasn't misremembering. Okay. Yes, Giselle Brett. That's a name I won't forget for as long as I live.
The extraordinary thing is, though, it seems it's a name we should all forget.
Sorry?
Since the incident, our government's intelligence services have been investigating Miss Brett. But it turns out that an Englishwoman by the name of Giselle Brett didn't actually exist.
So who the fuck was she? Didn't exist? But how can that be?
It was a pseudonym. Her real name was Shin, and she wasn't a visiting student either. That was a front.
A front? Who on earth was she then?
Miss A. Shin. Her name is literally all our intelligence services have been able to ascertain about her. Nobody knows why or even how she came to be in Japan.
She's a super spy! Oh! But for who?
It's a complete mystery.
But that makes no sense. It's no easy task to be accepted as a foreign student anywhere. Is this some kind of like super secret international government organization and Cosma somehow got wrapped up in it and is now working as an apprentice to Lord Strongheart? No, not Strongheart. To Barak Van Zeeks. That's my wild theory that I'm coming up with right now. But that makes no sense. It's no easy task to be accepted as a foreign student anywhere. What could that woman have been up to?
I'm afraid I really don't know. The only thing we can be sure of is that she had some business in our country that we don't yet understand.
And now she's been killed. And she was trying to... Wasn't she trying to steal... No. Someone else tried to steal... Yeah, someone else stole. That reporter stole some of that deadly poison. But she was helping to work on it. Now she's been killed while all the questions surrounding her existence remain unanswered.
Afraid so.
A Shin. Who on earth was she? And why do I feel as though I've heard that name before somewhere? Wasn't there a list at the end of the last game of names and Cosmo was on there and some other people, and she may have been, that may have been one of the names on there. That's the only thing I could think of. Alright, cat's gone for right now. We'll turn that off for now. What about Cosmo?
After my friend Ray's trial, the reporter who actually killed Miss Brett said something very strange.
I know the truth. I know you had a hand in what went on. In that visiting student's fate. Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it. They don't know the guy never made it to England, that he died on that steamship, that he'll never...
Hey, 21 Snakes, how's it going? Happy Saturday, how you doing?
Obviously, I couldn't ask him to elaborate at the time. But later, I visited the man in his prison cell and asked him what he was going to say about Cosmo-sama.
What did you learn? Is he involved in a super secret international organization? You have a ton of homework? Oh, sorry to hear that. I hate homework season. That sucks. Hopefully it goes by quickly. Hopefully it's nothing too difficult and you can just breeze through it. I appreciate the look, though. Thank you very much.
After he died on their voyage to Great Britain, his body should have been unladen at the port of Hong Kong, passed in the care of the consulate staff there.
Should have been. He took a fucking, like, poison to make it look like he was dead, didn't he?
Well, it turns out that his body never arrived. It just disappeared.
What? Cosmo's body vanished and is probably in Beric Van Zeek's office right now, posing as his apprentice?
Our government tried to cover the fact up, it seems. They erected a grave on the cliffs by your hometown. Except, Cosmo-sama isn't there.
Did Professor Mikotoba know about this?
Yes, it would seem that he did. But he didn't tell me. They're still investigating what happened to Cosmo-sama's body as we speak.
I just don't believe it. And what is this acute feeling of apprehension I have all of a sudden? It's the overarching plot. That's what you feel, Ryunosuke. Cosmo mystery. Thinking back now, some of the things that happened on the SS Buria were definitely strange. I mean, after he died, we never saw his body again, did we? Could it be? Could it be that he's actually still alive?
Stop it, Mr. Naruhodo! It's too much to bear!
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to...
Just thinking about the possibility pains me so very much. Cast your mind back for a moment, Mr. Naruhodo. When Kazuma-sama was discovered, Mr. Sholmes was there, wasn't he?
Oh, but... Sholmes is also part of the cover-up of Iris's manuscript that somehow ended up in Japan. So he may be involved in all of this. So he might have been the one who helped... He could have been the one who helped Kazuma fake a death and then may have accused us to help test us and make sure that we're ready to become a lawyer in his place. Oh, that would be a trip, right? That would be something. That'd be an interesting plot twist right there.
And he definitely examined the body. I remember it clearly.
Ah, you're right. But we know Sholmes hides secrets. So if Kazuma hadn't actually been dead at all, it would mean that Mr. Sholmes had lied to us. Wouldn't be the first time.
But there's no reason why he would possibly have done such a thing.
I suppose that's true, yes, as far as we know. Currently. Ooh, are you starting to doubt your hero?
The idea that he might still be alive somewhere. He wants to fill me with hope, but I can't let it. Because if it turned out not to be true... and I'd be back at the bottom of that awful pit of despair again. I'm terrified of what that might do to me.
Oh, Miss Susato. I know she's given the idea the thought it deserves. Susato, it's Susato-san we're talking about, after all. So, I probably shouldn't push it right now.
So, Mr. Naruhodo, I'm ready to start investigating if you are. I've committed every detail about the case to memory. And Ice has told me about the disturbing happenings at the Waxwork Museum as well.
So, you're fully abreast of the situation already, Miss Susato. I'd expect nothing less, to be honest.
I would think our first port of call should be to investigate this Mr. Trevor. The engineer responsible for building the elaborate machine that was used to effect this extraordinary trick. And also the one who supposedly had the fucking crossbow.
Yes, a conjurer of sorts by the sound of it. well known in the fields of science and magic.
Then we need to go and arrest him.
Well, yeah. He must know the truth behind this case, so I agree we really do need to find the man.
It sounds like it's a case of tracking someone down. Which is a job for the police, or a great detective.
Are we supposed to guess who she might be thinking of? We don't have much time, so we need to get started straight away, I think.
Good idea. Well, best of luck then.
Oh, you're not coming today?
I'm gonna Brixton Road shortly for the herb market. But let me know later how you got on, won't you?
That was a little abrupt. Pull of the herb market must be strong. It's because we have Susato with us, and you know, you can only take so many people.
You know, I honestly thought I might never have the opportunity to return to Great Britain. And certainly not so soon.
It's funny, for the past 6 months I haven't been able to work in court. Meanwhile, you've been raising a storm in the Supreme Court of Judicature back in Japan.
Please, Mr. Naruhodo, I may have been dressed as a man, but it was a very reserved performance.
So what your father said in his letter about a Ryutaro takedown is reserved.
Well, anyway, I'm back here in this great capital now, and ready to assist you again, in any way I can.
Thank you, Mrs. Sato.
It's my pleasure, Mr. Naruhodo.
Nice. Alright. Look at my armband!
You're still taking good care of that armband, I see. So pleased.
Well, yeah, it feels like it wouldn't be me without it now, to be honest.
Oh dear, there seems to be a thread coming loose just there. Look! I'd be only too happy to mend it for you, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh, yes, please do. Thank you. I must have scraped it against something again. I'm always doing that. Don't tell her that, now she's gonna be mad.
Then take better care of it, please.
It's all going so well until I ruined it. Look at this crossbow.
This was used to shoot down the balloon, wasn't it?
Yeah, with a flaming arrow, no less. It's quite a formidable weapon.
I'm quite accomplished with a longbow myself, you know.
No, really?
You are to balance an apple on your head, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm quite confident I could hit it from a good 50 meters away.
I don't think I want to test this. Quite confident, you say. Does the apple necessarily have to be on my head? Mrs. Sato, do you see this?
You have such great expectation in your eyes, Mr. Naruhodo. But I'm afraid nothing particularly useful comes to mind at all.
Oh, sorry. I'm not sure what I was expecting, really. Cloth? Nope. Okay. Newspaper? About this paper, Mrs. Sato.
Yes, it's all about the great exhibition. I've been dreaming about it, you know.
I was sorry that you were gonna miss it when you were called back to Japan.
So was I. I felt desperately unlucky. But here I am, back in London while it's underway. It's a dream come true.
Perhaps you're not as unlucky as you thought then.
Once we've helped Professor Hairbrain out of this terrible situation, we should all explore it together. And of course, we must invite the professor's good friend, Lord Van Zeeks, as well.
Your luck might not stretch that far. But I agree, I actually do agree. I think we should invite Lord Van Zeeks out to go hang out with Professor Hairbrain and get to know each other better, and we can develop our prosecutor defense attorney friendship like Phoenix and Edgeworth have. Photo? Ugh. Nope, nothing there. Autopsy report's probably nothing. The screwdriver? Nope. Let's see. Go to the balloon? Nope. Okay. Alright, we've showed her everything. Well, except the autopsy report, but I really don't think she'll say anything about that. Okay. Now let us move on. Your location has been added.
Oh, a lovely little office. What wonderful memories I have from this place.
My lodgings and office located in the attic above the suite of rooms rented out by Mr. Sholmes. Yeah.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes' suite is just as it was when I left.
23rd of October. Sholmes' suite. Nobody here. Lord Chief Justice Office? Oh! Who are you talking to? 23rd of October, British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice's office. That's an interesting hat. Oh, who's that standing by Lord Strongheart?
I wonder. I've never seen her before.
Ah, the young champion of the court. He had some success this morning, I understand. And you've thrown the entire government into disarray as a result. Oh, you mean because of Professor Harebrain's experiment? Sham science being demonstrated at London's Great Exhibition. The country's been made to look foolish, and now politicians are scrabbling to respond. Lord Van Zeeks is in Whitehall as we speak, giving an emergency briefing. Oh dear, I didn't mean to cause any trouble. None of this is your responsibility. The government is entirely to blame for having been taken in. The special dispensation that prevents investigation at the scene will be annulled later today. Once that happens, my forensic investigation team will move in and deal with that scrap metal in no time. It's scrap metal now, is it?
Until then, Lord Strongheart.
Who are you? Yes, thank you. You have an air of sus about you. Who's that? That was Dr. Courtney Sith, Scotland Yard's esteemed chief coroner. Didn't she write up the autopsy report? Yep. What a last name. She's leading the forensic investigation team's handling of this case. She was just delivering her report about the victim, in fact. Oh, I see. About Mr. Asman. Following the outcome of the trial earlier, I asked the coroner's office to re-evaluate its findings. I don't have time to tell you what she concluded. If you want to know, you'll have to ask her directly. You can find her in the forensics laboratory. Ah, right. Now, what were you here to see me about? I can give you 7 minutes and 39 seconds of my time. So he's not running quite so spectacularly late anymore. That's enough time to poke around. Just sitting behind that desk must make you feel so important, don't you think?
Would you like to have an office just like this, Mr. Naruhodo? With such a grand desk?
Who, me? No, I don't think so.
Oh?
Well, imagine if you suddenly found yourself needing the toilet. You'd have to go so far!
How true. Perhaps the important people who work in ostentatious offices like this haven't considered such things.
I'm gonna take that as a compliment. He's very practical. As ever, the enormous clock is diligently maintaining its rhythmical tick-tock today.
Watching machinery at work can be quite mesmerizing, can't it? Ironically, you can completely forget the time. What I particularly enjoy is watching the enormous wheels of a steam locomotive turning. When I was a little girl, grandmother often used to take me to watch the railway engines, you know?
It's an open fire for me. I could sit and watch the flames for hours.
Mr. Naruhodo, we could install one in the office.
A fireplace?
An enormous wheel turned by an enormous steam engine.
Perhaps we could start with a simple fireplace. Couldn't read all these books even if you were reincarnated 6 times over as a bookworm. Can Lord Strongheart really have read all of these?
Thinking about it, Father's study is full of books that look as though they've never been read too.
Oh, really?
Peddlers of books are forever pushing their wares on him, you see. I think he's just too kind-hearted to refuse them.
Oh, that's sad, but sweet. There's a phrase for that in Britain. People would say they saw him coming.
It makes me wonder if perhaps the vast number of books on the shelves in here are a sign of Lord Strongheart's overwhelming kind-heartedness.
I'm not sure you could afford to have a kind heart if you had to keep Lord Van Zeeks in line, could you? These very European suits of armor are still glaring at each other across the carpet, I see. In a way, they feel like guardians of the Lord Chief Justice's office.
I suppose. They're rather like the lion dogs that guard shrines in Japan, aren't they?
The Komainu? Aren't they a bit too human to be called lion dogs?
Do you know that it's a dream of mine to keep 2 cats one day?
I feel as though we've gone off a bit of a tangent, don't you? Alright, let's talk to Lord Strongheart. The Forensic Investigation Team. What exactly is the Forensic Investigation Team that you mentioned before? The British Empire's police force must become the most exemplary in the world. For that to happen, it's imperative that we embrace forensic science and everything it has to offer. I first created the Forensic Investigation Team a year ago now, unofficially, of course, to pave the way.
Goodness, a year ago.
At next month's symposium, I intend to present the results of their work to the world. Once I do that, the House of Lords will be powerless to oppose the creation of a full-scale forensics division. And once that happens, the position of Attorney General will be mine, and criminals will suffer dearly. What do you mean? For too long, those scoundrels have made a mockery of our legal system with false evidence and bribes. But London's scum is about to be rounded up and burnt in the fires of hell. I intend to see to it personally. By creating the finest police force the world has ever known to protect our honor and our future. Look at those eyes. He means every word. Man's intense. Dr. Seeth is an extremely reliable coroner. See, Sith? Let's just say Sith. When I officially establish the forensics division at Scotland Yard, she will run it as my right-hand woman. Now then, speaking of the symposium, Miss Mikotoba.
Oh, yes, my lord?
Your father should be on the high seas as we speak, making his way here to represent the Empire of Japan.
Yes, that's right. I understand he will arrive at the beginning of next month.
Are you acquainted, Lord Strongheart? With Professor Mikotoba, I mean. It was many years ago now, but yes, I remember Dr. Mikotoba very well. Oh, how do you know him? Tell me more. My memory serves, it was some 15 years ago now that your father came to Britain as a visiting student.
It was the year I was born, so yes, 16 years ago, in fact.
Mikotoba was a young practitioner of forensic science, and Jigoku accompanied him as a young, promising judge. The punctiliousness and politeness of the Japanese at the time impressed us greatly. Not that I wish to imply impoliteness or carelessness on your part in any way. I didn't think you were. Till now. Dr. Mikotoba studied forensics at one of London's large hospitals. St. Sinners, if I'm not mistaken. Dr. Sith was also there then, as it happens.
Then Dr. Sith knows my father, does she?
She was a young medical assistant at the time, so I doubt their paths crossed regularly. But I've no doubt they knew each other superficially. After all, Dr. Mikotoba was here studying his subject for some 6 years in total. 6 years? That's a long time to be studying abroad, isn't it?
I lived with my grandmother in those years.
So he left his newly born daughter behind and went overseas for 6 whole years. What about your mom?
It was a rather turbulent time at home.
Oh.
Perhaps father wanted a reason to get away.
What do you mean? Why? Huh. There's something going on in their family history, I see. Okay, well. Clearly something was going on at the time. Let's talk about Lord Van Zeeks. I wanted to ask you about Lord Van Zeeks, actually. I heard that his older brother was killed some years ago by a mass murderer known as the Professor, who targeted nobles and royalty. Is that right? You Japanese are a thorough lot. You've done your research well. Yes. And you could say it was that very incident that gave rise to the Reaper. What? Why? When his brother, Clint Van Zeeks, was murdered, it was just after young Barak had graduated from the University of London and became a prosecutor. When obvious criminals who managed to evade conviction in court started disappearing, rumors quickly spread throughout the capital. Londoners started to say that wherever Barak Van Zeeks went, the ghost of his dead brother wasn't far behind.
Oh my word!
So Lord Van Zeeks isn't the Reaper. It's the ghost of his brother? Ever since that time, he became a very aloof figure in London's legal circles. Oh yeah, Lord Strongheart. Go ahead. It's about Professor Harebrain's experimental machine. We'd like your permission to examine the remains, if possible. Are you well versed in science, then? Not in the slightest. In fact, you could say I was barely aware of the subject at all until recently. Well, the special dispensation legally preventing investigation of the machine is currently being annulled. In a few hours, Dr. Sith's team of forensic experts will begin their own investigation. But I suppose until then, there's no harm in you looking at the wreckage as long as you touch nothing. Thank you! Being able to look at it's better than nothing.
And I'll be able to see it too.
Your time is up. You'll have to excuse me now, I'm afraid. My next engagement calls. Oh, ads. Okay, if there's ads, we're gonna go take an ad break. I'm gonna go get some more water. So we will be right back. Use the tactics. Ow! Momo just slammed me in the back of the head with his butt, so that was a thing.
Mr. Stickler shouts. At which point the victim turns his head to look. And the killer fires his pistol. And that's why the bullet hit him in the right temple. No contradictions, right?
We broke something, guys. Trucy became a block of tofu. It's like tofu percent in Resident Evil. We broke her. Tofu, what are you doing in this game? Look, look. Both made by Capcom. Both made by Capcom. I'm just gonna leave it at that. Huh? Could have been lying through my teeth this whole time. I mean, you could have, but listen. Have you tried the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV that comes with a free trial all the way through the award-winning expansion, Heavensward? Have you? I think that would keep you busy.
Oh shit, me, going to 1.
Choco, go to 2.
We're moving.
Oh my gosh.
I got at white.
Oh fuck, I'm dead. I can't.
Got it. Good shot.
Little early.
I got him.
I'm gonna die for Uckmorn here, though.
Shit. Oh my god, the 1% is killing me.
Just unload.
Go, 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 go!
Oh god.
Oh my god.
Just unload.
Yes! Oh my god!
Yeah.
What?
I'll take it!
What?
I'll take it! This life for life!
What happened?
Yeah.
Beam!
Go beam.
Beam on me!
Beam on me!
When ya?
Right, it's too strong.
So happy, yo. Keep pouring
We
it
all
on.
need
Beam.
someone.
To be.
I'm so proud of you all. Alright, chat, I'm back. Hope you guys all had a good break. Hope the clips you all got were fun too. Got some nice cold water and we're ready to resume. So quick summary. Let's see. We asked for permission to go investigate and he was like, yeah, it's fine, just don't touch anything because it hasn't been the science act thing hasn't been fully annulled. And now he's like, I'm out of time. Time for you guys to leave.
Extremely sorry to have troubled you when you are so busy, my lord.
I have important matters to attend to in preparation for the symposium, you understand. I do. Thank you. Appreciate you making time for us. Alright, time to move on. Hey, new location added. Alright.
I always feel so nervous here. I should love to ask if I could borrow some books, but I just can't.
Next is the prison cell. The contrast of the bright exhibition grounds makes the darkness in here seem all the more oppressive. Oof.
Do you know, I don't believe we visited this place for some time.
You haven't been here yet at all, Sato. Holy shit, he scribbled all over the walls. He's doing the science. 23rd of October, local prison, cell 11. What is that man doing?
He's... oh my! The whole wall of the cell is covered in mathematical equations.
And he's still writing more now. Professor, sorry to interrupt.
Oh, ha! Mr. Naruhodo! And who is this young lady? My name is Sato Mikotoba. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant. It's a pleasure to meet you, Professor.
Hold up. A smudge on my glasses. That's much better.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Professor. Oh, if only I'd met a refined young woman like you sooner!
None of this would have happened. No, that's not logical. That makes no sense at all.
Oh dear, I'm sorry if my presence here upsets you.
I owe you an apology too, Professor. I didn't manage to deliver what I promised you I would in court this morning. Oh, no, 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 no! This whole thing, this whole miserable affair, it all happened because I've been such a complete and utter clot!
Professor Hairbrain, what have you been working on in your cell?
Oh, haha, you mean that? Oh dear, how embarrassing. I was suddenly struck by an idea, you see, and I simply had to write it down. The wall was all I had to hand. And where did you even find chalk? Oh, is it some new hypothesis? Something to suppress super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, maybe? No, actually, this is my autobiography. How?
Your autobiography?
How I was diddled and fiddled by Albert Hairbrain! I found I can represent my odd fortunes with only odd numbers and an ambitious set of simultaneous equations.
Really?
I'm gonna have to pay back all the loans I took for the kinesis machine, you see. That's going to be a new serial publication from next month. Part 1, an odd birth and odd upbringing. You can't beat the man's optimism, that's for sure. I see. Well, for now, would you mind if we talked a little bit more about the case? Oh, yes, yes, of course! I've been working through the numbers. I was diddled! I was fiddled by the pair of them! By Asmin and that aloof engineer Trevor! We're not gonna have to sit through an explanation of all these equations, are we? That's not oh, I can't examine. I guess I'll just talk to you. Let's talk about the trial. Everything I believed in has been turned on its head. My research, Mr. Asmin, the kinesis machine, my hypothesis even. I'm sorry it's come to this. There was really no other way. No, it's not your fault. I wanted to protect my work, but in the end, there was nothing worth protecting. It was never my intention to deceive anyone. I didn't want to trick the public.
No, of course you didn't.
But in court this morning, I realized something. Oh? If you've done something wrong without knowing it, you've still done something wrong! Logically, it makes no difference if you're aware of it or not. Ignorance is a poor excuse. The blame still lies with me. I'm glad you realize that, though.
Oh, Professor.
He believed in me this morning, you know. Barrack did. He believed in my hypothesis. Well, I think that was just a necessary factor in the prosecution establishing its case. Oh, the camera crashed. Hold up. Why are you like this, webcam? There you go. No, Barrack wouldn't do something like that. I mean, you didn't know he would do a lot of things that he started doing, so, you know, people change, things change. I'm sure he genuinely believed it. Did he? Think I understand now. Why it was that he decided to take on the prosecution in my trial, I mean. Alright, what's his motivation? After that terrible accident happened, nobody would believe in my hypothesis anymore. Not the police, not the prosecution service, Not any lawyers, even. I feel like I dealt some kind of finishing blow there. So if any other prosecutors had taken the case, if it was anyone other than Barrick, I'm sure the prosecution would have declared my hypothesis a complete and utter nonsense.
And in that case, you'd have been declared a fraud yourself, Professor.
Exactly, which would have been a fate worse than death for me. But Barrick insisted that I was a proper man of science from start to finish. Aww, been a good friend to you. You think that's why he...
I know him very well indeed. He's an extremely kind-hearted soul.
But that extremely kind-hearted soul spent all morning trying to paint you as a murderer, didn't he?
Well, admittedly, that part of the analysis appears to have some flaws in it.
And what about the whole Reaper side of things? How does that fit in with the kind-hearted soul idea? Alright, let's talk about Mr. Osmond.
You think he set out to trick me from the very start?
I'm sorry to say that does seem likely, yes.
When I first met him, he introduced himself as a wealthy financier. He looked over the paper I'd written and said my work would benefit all humanity and must be pursued. He was so enthused. He was so emphatic.
But in reality, he was the mastermind of some vast criminal network, it seems.
I still can't believe it.
As the machine was essentially a set decoration for some stage magic. It probably didn't require a large amount of investment, actually.
But the scale of it wasn't just some small trick. I mean, trumping up the charges to build the thing are how you can kind of do some illegal things with money, but we're not going to talk about. It was a very elaborate feat of deception.
All young scientists are full of hope about their burgeoning ideas, full of zeal. But none of us have any money. We want to do research, but we can't afford it. Many of us take on barely legal part-time work to try to earn just a few measly pennies to carry on. To go through all of that only to be taken for a complete fool.
Hold up, I gotta turn on the candle. The neighbors are cooking something and it smells terribly.
To go through all of that only to be taken for a complete fool. It's too rotten to believe.
It is, I agree. And that's why we have to find those responsible and bring them to justice. Mr. Asmund is no more, of course, which leaves only the engineer.
Mr. Enoch Drebber.
Let's talk about Drebber the engineer. Is he an engineer or a magician or a swindler?
It was about a year ago when Mr. Asmund first brought Drebber to meet me at my laboratory. Since then, I've met him many times to discuss details about the kinesis machine.
But at no point did you have any inkling that he was just an illusionist?
No, he definitely wasn't just an illusionist.
What do you mean?
He has a wealth of deep scientific knowledge. There's no question that the man's a genuine scientist. It's instantly apparent in conversation.
Okay, so he's a man of science, but he uses his science, knowledge, and power for evil. To commit illusionist crimes. He's both. He's everything. I see.
But the wretched man deceived you, Professor. It's unforgivable. We must do everything we can to find him and bring him to justice. Are there no more clues you can give us as to his whereabouts?
I'm sorry. We only ever discussed the kinesis machine. Nothing else.
So you were too wrapped up in your science project, your own science project, to ask anything about the people you're working with? Get to know them a little more?
Although, just once, I did visit his workshop.
Where? What workshop?
Drebber's enormous fabrication laboratory where he constructed my great machine.
Why didn't you mention this before? Enoch Drebber's workshop. There's every chance we might find the man there. So you've been to Drebber's place of work then?
Yes, just once, you understand. It was an enormous place. Plenty of room to construct the kinesis machine, you see.
Where can we find it? We have to go there at once. There's a good chance that we'll find Drebber there.
Well, yes, definitely. I'm sure. As in, I'm sure you're not going to want to hear this. But I have absolutely no idea where the workshop is at all. I'm so sorry!
I was more than half expecting that.
You see, I was blindfolded in the carriage the entire way there.
He blindfolded you? He wasn't taking any chances then. I don't know why that didn't set off a red flag alert in your head.
The place was incredible! The pinnacle of modern engineering! Even the oil he used was the very best. Special French machine oil that is impossible to obtain in Britain. The indescribable scent of that imported oil. Perfumers across the world should forget their secret formula and use that instead.
What do you think, Mrs. Sato? Ode a machine for your next birthday?
I've never used any kind of perfume, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm not sure I'd like to start with that. I don't suppose you know even part of the workshop's address, Professor? You don't have a business card for Mr. Drebber, for example?
The man was clearly very cautious, Mrs. Sato. I'm sure he would never...
Aha! Yes, I do! He gave me his business card once. It's right here. Look!
Let me see that.
Throw a kid to the wind, why don't you?
Enoch Drebber, engineer. I'm afraid that's all it says. There's no address.
Oh well. Can't say I'm surprised. Still, this could be useful. Drebber's card, though it shows only the man's name, there's no address. That looks like a signature, so I could perhaps recognize his handwriting later. Look, my armband!
Ha, fascinating. Yes!
In Japan, where I come from, it's a symbol of a defense lawyer. Wearing it is very bracing, I find.
Your words make some sense to me, but they are entirely illogical.
What do you mean?
Well, for example, I find this white laboratory coat that I wear for my work very bracing too. However, in my case, there's a perfectly logical reason for that feeling.
Oh, really? What is it?
I purchased the wrong size, my mistake. This one's too small for me. The sleeves especially are extremely bracing. I can barely move my wrists.
That's what you call logical, is it?
Of course, it's entirely logical. That's science, Mr. Naruhodo.
Let's look at the card. Can't find anything out of place. Why does it look like these are hand-drawn? Oh, what's this? This dark smudge here.
I think perhaps it's machine oil.
Ah, yeah, possibly. Professor Harebrained mentioned something about the oil Mr. Drebber uses, didn't he? He said it was specially imported, very high-quality oil that's impossible to obtain in Britain.
Yes, that's right, but more importantly, that it's more fragrant than the finest perfume. So, excuse me a moment. Oh, it doesn't appear to have any scent at all.
Don't worry, I expect that's just because there's such a tiny amount on here. There's a smear of machine oil on the reverse.
Professor Hairbrain, what do you make of this? Oh, yes, that's just what I needed to prove my hypothesis, isn't it?
No, it has nothing to do with your hypothesis, actually. It's a crossbow.
Then take it away! I don't want to be bothered with anything that doesn't assist my science.
Alright, keep your abundant hair on. Screwdriver? Professor, do you recognize this?
Oh, it's Andrew, my faithful friend. How have you been? Are you all right? Nobody's mistreated you, have they?
Don't worry, he's being very well looked after.
I always rub him with the machine oil until he's gleaming.
Right.
And then when I come to tighten a screw with him, he slips in my hand and I can't do it. Ha! It's that age-old problem faced by driver files the world over, isn't it?
I really wouldn't know, I'm afraid. Alright, I think that's all we need to get out of here.
Ha! I believe we have any business that would require a visit here at the moment.
Can't go to Van Zeek's office, that's funny. Alright, experimentation stage. I guess we can go over there and look around.
We haven't been here yet, have we? I'm rather excited about it.
Hmm. 23rd of October, the Great Exhibition, grounds, foot of the Crystal Tower.
Oh, Ginny's playing with the dog. I had no idea there were so many people in the world.
I know what you mean, it's really packed here today.
It feels as though it's taken us 2 hours just to make our way through the crowds to this point.
Has it? I shut my brain down, so I didn't really notice, to be honest.
Gosh, I do wish I had your absence of mind sometimes, Mr. Naruhodo. There you are! I had a feeling you lot would show your mugs before long.
Oh, I thought it was Ginny, but it was, Gregson. Oh, Inspector Gregson, I see you're hard at work as usual. Greetings to you. Hold on. I do hope you've been keeping well since we last met. What's with all the ceremony? We just saw each other in court this morning. Not you, Sunshine, the gentlewoman so loyally at your side.
Oh! Why, thank you, Inspector. How good of you to notice.
He might be a bit rough around the edges, but he's still a proper English gentleman at heart, I suppose. As you probably guessed, we're hoping to investigate the scene some more. Right, well, that's the young trainee's domain. Oi! Get away, Gina! Fine with the dog, though. She seems to be busy playing with the puppy, probably giving it a traditional East End training.
Gina! She's a police officer now.
Amazing, isn't it? She's a good kid, actually. Her heart's in the right place, anyway. She's got the detection bug, if you ask me. Yup, I think she'll follow in my footsteps nicely. What do you mean? I'm being transferred. It's time for me to say toodaloo to London.
Oh no, really?
That's a bit sudden, isn't it? I had no idea. Where are you going to be posted, then? We'll come see how you're getting along. Haha, not likely. But you're welcome to try. If you don't mind a trip to France, that is. Why are you gonna be in France? That's a bit odd for a member of Scotland Yard to be transferred over there. To France? I'll be working in the Paris Police Prefecture. Should be right up my alley. But France? It's an entirely different country. I don't understand. Why would you be sent there? That's the way the adult world works, Sunshine. You don't go poking your nose where it is not wanted. You're also in on it, aren't you? The super top secret, whatever the fuck is going on, overarching story. I'm intending to take the kid with me when I go. What? You're taking Gina to Paris? Well, I can't leave her here in London. Who knows what'd become of her? Suppose he's worried she'd slip back into slipping her pants into people's pockets and purses.
I don't think he's worried about her pickpocketing, Mr. Naruhodo. I think he's worried about the Reaper.
Oh, of course. So that's playing on Inspector's mind too, isn't it? Anyway, I haven't mentioned any of this to Gina, so don't go blabbing, you hear me? No, of course not. Gotta keep that diving diva safe and sound. Till all this is over, at least.
Boy, did you just call me a bloomin' diving diva again?
So you heard that, did ya? Right, well, any questions about the scene, you can put them to my capable detective diva here.
Alright, you are the boss. Inspector Lestrade's in charge here now.
Suppose I'd better keep my word and not mention anything about Paris. So, Gina, you've got a new dog, have you?
Oh, he's so cute! Isn't he great? Toby's his name.
Toby like Tobias? Oh, that's really cute. Good puppo.
Oh, how delightful. He's absolutely adorable.
Yeah, the dog does seem lovely. But it's the not-so-lovely Inspector Gregson that's playing on my mind, to be honest.
Here's the scorching on the ground that you mentioned.
Yeah, and that's where there's what's left of the green balloon's envelope. All clear evidence of the balloon that exploded on the day of the incident. Toby's the name of a dog in the Sherlock Holmes books? Aw, that's super cute. Aw. What a good boy.
Poor Professor Hairbrain. I do feel sorry for him that his dreams have been shattered like this.
Someone's well and truly burst his bubble, as it were. Ouch, I'm a bad person.
Ah, the Crystal Tower. I can't believe I'm seeing it at such close proximity with my own eyes.
You've really been looking forward to the great exhibition, haven't you, Mrs. Sato?
Oh yes, when I found out that I had to return to Japan, I'm afraid I cursed my luck.
But here you are, back in London, gazing up at the magnificent tower.
I know. Perhaps I was wrong to curse my luck so harshly. Oi! That's off limits up there. Try to sneak past me again and I'll stuff your gob full of the boss's fish and chips.
Yes, please, I love fish and chips. I suppose we need special permission.
What a shame that the symbolic landmark of the Great Exhibition has been damaged like that.
Yeah, unfortunately the birdcage crashed in the most prominent position possible. It's the gods giving us a warning, if you ask me. Man must travel under his own steam and not cut corners with instantaneous kinesis.
But imagine what might have happened if the birdcage had landed in a slightly different location. The death toll could have been far worse. So I think perhaps it was a blessing in disguise.
Well, the gods are benevolent, obviously. I did say it was just a warning. Man must travel under his own steam, or next time bird cages will rain down on all of you.
Your faith is much stronger than I realized.
Well, how do you think I passed the entrance exam at Yume University? It wasn't by studying alone. I see Ryunosuke is a man of faith. Understood.
Oh look, a flying balloon. I've never seen one in the flesh before.
I can't understand how they can fly, and so high up as well.
Oh, but think of the view, Mr. Naruhodo. You must be able to see for miles and miles.
I do think of it, and it terrifies me. I mean, it would be certain death if you fell out.
I'm sure they're perfectly safe. After all, they've been invented by some of the brightest minds in the world.
Let's not forget that we know at least one has exploded. That's because a flaming arrow shot it. That doesn't mean anything. Unfair comparison.
I'm sure there are other ways to fly.
Can I really not go in here? Yep, alright, she said no. Investigating the scene. Gina? We were actually hoping that we could investigate the scene again.
Yeah, alright. If it's around here, you can do what you like.
Oh, that's alright, is it?
I'm gonna be playing with me new friend here.
Ah, yeah, Toby. So cute!
The machine that exploded must be at the top of those stairs, I presume. Haven't actually seen it yet, so if you don't mind.
Sorry, you can't go up there, Suze.
Oh,
It's like I told Olu yesterday. Even I ain't allowed near that wreck. What's it called again? The reason we ain't supposed to touch it. The Special
Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act? Is that what you were thinking of?
That's the one. That's why only them lot are allowed to investigate it. What are they called again? The forensic something?
The Forensic Investigation Team? Is that what you're thinking of?
That's the one, yeah.
but isn't it the case that the special dispensation has been lifted?
I think so. I don't really get it, but to be truthful with ya, you're still supposed to get permission from some bigwig or other as far as I know. What was his name again? Lord Strange something.
I'm not sure that's quite right, Gina. I think you mean Lord Strongheart, perhaps?
That's the one, yeah. Apparently he's always watching the time or something.
Actually, we've just recently been to see Lord Strongheart.
Eh, you what? You met him? Last time the boss was called to go and see him. He waited for 3 hours at the Co's office and came back sniveling.
Tragic.
Well, Lord Strongheart has given us permission to examine the scene as long as we touch nothing.
Oh yeah?
Honestly.
Alright then, go ahead. But if it turns out you're lying, it'll be the boss who gets it. He'll never eat another chip again in his life. So, you're still saying all this is above board, are ya?
I'm sure everything will be fine.
That really would be tragic.
Alright then, them's the stairs. Off you go.
Oh, thank you, Gina.
Let's talk about today's trial.
It was great, wasn't it? I had a right laugh. Was a new one on me, that. You know, being in court and not spending the whole time worrying I'm about to be found out.
You did keep an awful lot of secrets in all your previous court appearances, didn't you?
Yeah, and Ordo's made things hard for me every single time and all.
Just doing my job, Gina.
But watching someone else get in the neck is a lot of fun, actually. It was amazing when you showed that dodgy professor's dodgy experiment was a total fix.
The dodgy professor, as you put it, Gina, is Mr. Naruhodo's client.
Yeah, I'm starting to wish he wasn't, though.
It's the boss I feel sorry for, sent off to do the impossible.
What do you mean?
He's supposed to arrest them the other cove, ain't he? And in time for tomorrow and all. You know, the dodgy engineer. What's his name again?
Mr. Drebber, you mean? Enoch Drebber.
That's the one, yeah.
So the police are looking for this mysterious man. The Black Monocle. I guess they would be. Hey, we do have that card with the oil stain on the back. Maybe the dog could track it? Or maybe they'll have a better dog that could track it.
Wasn't too much on the boss, if you ask me. He says it's giving him gut ache.
Oh dear. I do wonder if that isn't actually from all the fried food.
Engineer's whereabouts. So Scotland Yard are trying to track down Mr. Enoch Drubber. I wonder if they've had any luck.
He's real funny looking. Got two eyes what don't match. Stole a glimpse of a picture of him earlier. I mean, I didn't actually pinch it or nothing. The old devil's got it.
Sorry, who?
You know, that Scowling Reaper what's always glugging down glasses of that blood-red plunk.
Ah, Lord Van Zeeks.
He's always at it in for me, that cove. Don't know what he's always scowling about mine. Probably would have been a pretty good boss as it goes.
She'd rather be the Reaper's apprentice than a detective's trainee. The way I see it, the choice is between a chip-guzzling detective and a chalice-glugging demigod. You're equally badly off with both.
Ugh. Suppose you're right. I hadn't thought of it like that.
Glad we put that one to bed.
Anyway, the point is everyone at the yard's dead set on finding the fishy engineer. But there don't seem to be no clues to go on, so they're stuck.
Is nothing that can lead us to Drubber at all?
Toby the dog.
Where did you find that little mutt then, Gina?
Oi! Don't be so flaming rude, Odo!
Slight overreaction, don't you think? No, perfectly reasonable. How dare you call him a mutt?
He ain't no mutt, alright? Toby's, how do they put it? Oh yeah, a bona fide detective.
Sorry?
I've given him a proper title and everything. It's Chief Inspector Toby to you.
More senior than Inspector Gregson, is he?
Oh, so he's a police dog, is he?
The police recruit dogs now?
I've heard that they're already being used officially in Germany as a part of their city policing. They're used for chasing criminals and such like. They have a wonderful sense of smell, after all.
I have a fairly good sense of smell myself, as it happens. I can tell undergarments that have been freshly laundered from undergarments that haven't. That's a little... No. Just no. No! No.
Ah, that's nothing compared to this little fella, Odo.
Oh, really?
According to what the boss said, once Toby has got a good whiff of your drawers, he could chase that scent to the other side of the world.
What? To the other side of the world? You mean... You can swim? That's not a part of that you should be picking up on, Ryunosuke.
So Naruhodo, I think you may have missed the point by rather a wide margin.
I agree. I just can't believe this little dog is such an incredible skill.
Telling you, Odo, there's gonna be more and more dogs doing a bit for the police in the future.
Yes, I agree.
Right, one of these days they'll be barking orders at us lot, not the other way around.
Oh dear. Sorry, Gina. I don't think I agree with your vision quite that much.
Well, anyway, whatever you think about that, Toby here'd be the Britain's first police dog. I found him down the East End the other day. Someone had just chucked him out in the street.
Ah, there you go. I knew she'd lifted him from somewhere.
Oh, Gina, you're such a kind-hearted soul, aren't you? To children and to animals.
I am gonna give you the card, though.
There you go.
About this, Gina.
Yeah, I'm still learning me letters at the moment. I only know A to E, so if it ain't too much bleeding trouble.
Ah, actually, Gina, it's the back of the card that's important.
Wait, how come? It's just a dirty old smudge on the back, that's all.
It turns out that this is very high-quality French machine oil. It has a very particular scent, apparently.
You don't say. Let's have a whiff then. You sure? I don't smell nothing.
No, we didn't mean that you should smell it.
Oh, right. You mean Toby? Hell yeah.
He's so cute! Look at his little tongue. Can I touch it? I want to touch his tongue. His sense of smell is so good he can track people over the oceans, can he?
Professor Harebrained informs us that this oil is unique to Mr. Drebber's workshop.
Good boy, you sniff that card. Oh my god, he's precious. I think he's picked up a scent.
So you mean if he follows the scent of this oil, Toby could lead us to that dodgy Co's workshop?
That's right. That's exactly what we were hoping.
Alright then, we'll give it a go. I'll just borrow that.
What? Wait, when did you... Once a pickpocket, always a pickpocket.
If I can lead everyone to that Drebber's workshop, I'll be the boss's boss before next week.
Oh, yes, Gina. I'm sure you'll be promoted.
Poor Grigson.
Go, Toby, go. Right then, Odo, leave it to me.
Sorry?
We're gonna get going after that dodgy engineer Co right this minute. Oh, but hang on. Someone's supposed to be on guard duty here all the time.
I'm afraid we can't help. We need to get on with our investigation as well, Gina.
Oh, right. Oh well, never mind. It ain't gonna be me what gets it in the neck. It'll be the boss.
Poor Grigson again.
Ready, Toby? Got that oil scent, have ya? Come on then, boy. See you later.
I do hope the scent of that oil leads them to the Swindler's workshop.
Yeah, I hope so too. Ideally before the dog swims across the channel to France. Alright, let's go upstairs, shall we? The stage up there is where the experiment was set up. It's very high, isn't it?
Out to 30 feet, I believe. Or 9 meters if you prefer. Putting your neck to see up, it starts to hurt after a while, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, we need to get up there and look around properly. Although, if I'm honest, climbing all those stairs makes my chest hurt.
Oh dear. I think perhaps you should exercise more, Mr. Naruhodo.
Let's go. Stairs lead up the experimental stage. Let's go and see what we can find out. '23rd of October. A great exhibition. Grounds. Experimentation stage.
Oh my, so this is the machine that was used to deceive people into thinking that instantaneous kinesis had taken place.
Yeah, that's right. Or rather, it was the machine. It's a little worse for the wear at the moment.
What extraordinary lengths Professor Harebrained went to in order to obtain the research grant.
No. The professor was tricked as well. He didn't know anything about it.
Yes, of course. It is amazing, though, isn't it? The scale of the whole affair is so very British.
You're right about that. You'd never see such a grand deception in Japan, that's for sure.
Oh, look! Is that...
Barrack? Lord Van Zeeks?
Lord Van Zeeks?
What are you doing here? So, I think we're more or less done here, aren't we? Shall we, Mrs. Sato?
Already?
He is the Reaper, remember? We do well to keep our distance, I think. Stop being so scared of him and make friends already!
But we have permission to be here, from the top. We're perfectly well allowed to investigate this machine, as long as we don't touch anything.
The top? Do you mean Lord Strongheart?
Exactly. So we can stay here and stare at this wreckage for as long as we like.
She could have been at the center of the explosion here and it wouldn't have bent her steel will.
What a terrible explosion it must have been. Even the steel girders have buckled and twisted in the blast.
What they call the birdcage was right in the middle of it all, just here.
But look, Mr. Naruhodo. That metal grill on the floor. Looks as though it's designed to open.
It does, doesn't it? If the floor had opened at the precise moment the explosion occurred, the birdcage could have dropped through and disappeared from sight.
I don't think there's any doubt that this was a very elaborate hoax, is there?
This wasn't here yesterday.
Really? But if I'm not mistaken, it's the cage in which the victim was standing before he was apparently beamed through the air.
That's right, the birdcage. According to what Professor Harebrained said in court, it's made of wood.
Or more precisely, Japanese cypress, I think. And despite having been in an explosion and then falling from a great height, it's relatively unharmed. What wonderfully durable construction, wouldn't you say, Mr. Naruto?
I'm pretty sure this is the one that was here on this end. I'd understood that the forensic investigation team had taken it away yesterday to examine it. I suppose they must have brought it back here when they'd finished their work.
But sadly, not with the body inside it.
No, that's right. I know we were given strict instructions not to touch anything, but still... This is too important a piece of evidence to overlook. We might need it for the trial. One cage that was used for Professor Harebrain's experiment, the cage with the victim inside crashed down into the crystal tower. Let's take a look at that. Ah, look here, Mrs. Sato.
Oh yes, the wood's cracked and broken a little. I suppose because it fell from such a height?
Yeah, from the height at which the balloon was flying down into the crystal tower below. A fall of about 30 feet, or 9 meters.
Leaving the man inside tragically dead.
Damaging the base, okay.
Look at that horn-shaped transmitting device. Isn't it amazing?
That's exactly what I thought when I first saw it.
It makes you think, doesn't it? If only it had just been a normal horn, none of this would have happened.
That's almost exactly what I thought as well. I bet I can predict what you're going to say next in that case. You're about to say nothing ever goes to plan, aren't you?
Oh no, I would never say something like that.
However much I look at them, I just can't come to terms with those Tamari handballs floating in the sky.
Been glaring at them constantly since we came up here.
Sorry, the feeling of wanting to ride in one and wanting to never set foot in one are fighting it out inside of me.
But if you don't look where you're walking, you might fall from the stage.
I don't think I'd notice. That's how fiercely the battle inside me is raging.
I think you should make peace with riding in one, Mr. Naruhodo. It really would be much safer that way.
It's true. I also think he should just make peace with riding one and suck it up. Alright. Lord Van Zeeks, hello. Ugh. Least approachable man in the world winner. 10 years in a row.
Be strong, Mr. Naruhodo. Your country and your assistants stand firm behind you.
Lord Van Zeeks! Hi! What? Well... Beautiful weather we're having, isn't it? I thought I was making it quite clear that I didn't want to be disturbed. Apparently you Nipponese are unequipped to read the signs. Oh, I read them. So, what are you doing here? Entry to this area is prohibited. Well, the thing is...
Lord Chief Justice Strongheart granted us permission to investigate, on the condition that we didn't disturb anything.
And yet you've managed to disturb me. Ah. Never mind. State your business, then. Come to think of it, there are quite a few things I'd like to ask Lord Van Zeeks about. Not least of which is that awful case, even though it's nothing to do with this.
Ask away, Mr. Naruhodo. You won't know unless you try.
You're gonna hate me for this. Let's talk about your brother, Clint. So, Clint was the name of your older brother, I understand? Lord Van Zeeks? You Nipponese. I always have to be on guard whenever you're around. So you've been investigating me, have you? Oh, no, it's not like that. Well, alright, it is a bit like that. My older brother was also a prosecutor. He was the pride of the Van Zeeks family. But tragically, a vicious killer took him from us. The professor, you mean? Is something funny? That's the extent of what you've discovered, is it? Shouldn't be surprised. Sorry? There's more to it then. Lackluster work is very much your trademark, isn't it? Ugh. You're too kind. Are you gonna tar all Nipponese with the same brush next? So tell me, what's your interest in that historic incident?
As it happens, Lord Van Zeeks, there's a rather curious case that's come to our attention. Are you aware of the Madame Tuspel's Museum of Waxwork by any chance?
I am, naturally. I believe that since last month I feature in one of the displays there, for public scorn. Of course, the infamous Reaper of the Bailey would have to be exhibited, wouldn't he?
Well, a particular waxwork has been stolen from the place and held for ransom.
A particular waxwork? Which... Wait, you mean... Yes, it's the professor. Mr. Shelms is investigating the case as we speak. I was unaware of that. He's turned as white as a sheet. Let's talk about Enoch Drubber. Are the police trying to locate the engineer, Mr. Drubber, already? Surely that goes without saying. We're very keen to see him found as well. The trouble is, we don't have much to go on aside from the description of the man we heard in court earlier.
Which, according to Professor Hairbrain, was of a tall, thin gentleman who has straight white hair and wears a black monocle.
So, I was just wondering, I mean, I realize it's probably not possible, but...
We'd very much appreciate any more clues you can give us.
Wow, Suzato-san really knows how to take the bull by the horns. She don't beat around the bush like most people. Fine, why not? I have a photograph of the man here from an investigation 10 years ago. Huh. Though it appears he already had the black monocle at the time. Interesting. What? Oh, no, nothing. I was just surprised that you shared that with us. We all need the man's testimony in court tomorrow, which means we have to do everything we possibly can to track him down in the short time available. So why wouldn't I show you the photograph? I don't know, sometimes it just seems like you hate us for no reason and just don't want to cooperate, okay? What is it about Lord Van Zeeks? Sometimes I just can't work him out at all. Photograph of Trevor. It's hard to make out, but he appears to be wearing a monocle with black glass. Hello, definitely not Kazuma. Ah, the file I requested for the trial tomorrow. Thank you. Suss him out! Suss him out, Sasato! Are you alright?
Who is this man, Mr. Naruhodo?
Lord Van Zeek's apprentice, apparently. So I'm not the only one. Sasato-san can see it too.
Lord Van Zeeks. May we speak with your apprentice for a moment?
With him? Why?
Kazuma-sama!
Kazu. Huh? I don't believe it!
Your posture, your presence, it can only be... It's you! Isn't it, Kazuma-sama?
I felt something strange the very first time I encountered this cloaked figure. As if I knew him somehow. Can it really be you, Kazuma? What if he has amnesia? Well, wait! Too late. What's going on here? Your apprentice. What is your interest in my apprentice exactly? You act as if you know the man or something. Well,
Since when has he been in your care? I don't recall you having an apprentice before I left Britain 6 months ago.
Lord Strongheart introduced him to me about 3 months ago now, with instructions to mentor him as a prosecutor. But he didn't tell you why, did he? The man appears to be suffering from amnesia. He's forgotten every last detail about himself.
He has amnesia!
Tomorrow, he will appear in court at my side. What? He's to serve as my judicial assistant, on Lord Strongheart's orders. He'll be in court with us. Now then, unless I'm much mistaken, I believe this conversation has run its course. Oh. Yes, thank you. I definitely saw a reaction there. When Sasato-san called out like that, it really seemed like it hit a nerve. When she called out Kazuma-sama. Mysteries. Oh, hold on. I think ads are starting. Yep, ads are starting. Okay, we're gonna take a brief break here then. I'm gonna get up and stretch, and I'll see you guys after the ads in just a few minutes. There we go. Pew.
Ow! Momo just slammed me in the back of the head with his butt, so that was a thing.
Mr. Stickler shouts. At which point the victim turns his head to look. And the killer fires his pistol. And that's why the bullet hit him in the right temple. No contradictions, right?
We broke something, guys. Trucy became a block of tofu. It's like tofu percent in Resident Evil. We broke her.
Tofu, what are you doing in this game? Look, look. Both made by Capcom. Both made by Capcom. I'm just gonna leave it at that. Huh? Could have been lying through my teeth this whole time. I mean, you could have. But listen. Have you tried the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV that comes with a free trial all the way through the award-winning expansion, Heavensward? Have you? I think that would keep you busy.
Oh shit, me, going to 1.
Choco, go to 2.
We're moving.
Oh my gosh.
I got at white.
Oh fuck, I'm dead. I can't.
Got it.
Good try. Little early.
I got on.
I'm gonna die for Uckmorn here, though.
Shit. Oh my god, the 1% is killing me.
Just unload.
Go, 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 go!
Oh god.
Oh my god.
Just unload.
Yes! Oh my god!
Yeah.
What?
I'll take it!
What?
I'll take it!
What happened?
Yeah.
Beam,
Beam.
Beam on me.
beam on me.
When ya?
My God. Right, it's too strong.
What happened, yo? Keep pouring
We
it
all
on.
need
Beam.
someone.
Neon.
To be.
I'm so proud of you all.
Alright.
And now I'm back from outer space. I don't want to be DMCA'd though, so I should probably shut my face. Okay, let's continue. Hey, guys, chat room. I want to point something out to you once we get out of this fight. I'll point something out to you guys so you'll never be able to unsee it. You see these trees I'm standing next to? Do these trees not look like a really buff dude who skips out on leg day? You're welcome. Help here. I need a savior to rescue me from this crisis. Great, thanks, I hate it. What the? What are you doing up there? Mr. Sholmes? Why are you wearing the tiara?
You look pink. Tender and very cute.
Weirds me out a little bit that my Twitch profile icon is also pink haired, so, you know. Why did she say tender? I don't know. Is she gonna eat us? Concerns?
So call you Sweet Potato. It's nice. That's a food. You're gonna eat us. I think we're gonna die.
Same initials, that's not cool. Yeah, why'd you gotta bring that up? Stab! Oh no, you missed! Look. You okay? He's okay. He's fine. He's alright.
Certainly.
You should come down and see it.
I can't see!
Oh no!
It just completely phased me out.
Fucked up. So fucked up.
I don't need this hard. Alrighty, chat. I'm back. Thanks for your patience. 11 ads? That's messed up. I'm sorry. I hope you're out of it now. I was gone a little bit extra longer because we were feeding. We had to feed the cats. The cats were hungry. First thing that happened when I took off my headphones was them screaming at me, being like, "Hey, hungry? Feed me." And I'm like, "Oh shit, you're right. Let me feed you." So yeah. Hey, welcome back. I just got back too. So I'm sorry about the ads. That's a Twitch thing. I have no control over that. That sucks. 11's a lot, so hopefully they were short, or at least entertaining. But anyway, picking right back where we left off. Yeah, so apparently we're not the only one who thinks that this mysterious masked man apprentice is probably Kazuma.
You'd already met that masked man, hadn't you, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yup. Yeah, yesterday, in fact, at Lord Van Zeek's office.
I see. And if Kazuma-sama really is still alive, it means that Mr. Sholmes lied to us.
I know. I'm gonna need to speak to him about that. Gonna have to leave now. A forensic investigation team are due to arrive shortly. If they find you here, it will cause problems. What sort of problems? Foreign affairs problems. Well, we could do without that. Alright, we'll be on our way. Let's go, Mrs. Sato.
Of course.
Alright, so we're kicked out of there. Time to move on to the next place, which is Madame Tuspel's. He has not yet been here. Alright, let's go. October, Madame Tuspel's.
Oh my! No wonder it's called the House of Horrors. I'd like to turn on my heels and go straight home, via the confectionery.
Being scared makes you crave sweets? I can understand that. Hold up, the cat's back. He's like, you fed me, and now I want to be given attention on the internet. There you go, Momo. There you go.
I was looking forward to a reunion after 6 months away, but there's no sign of Mr. Sholmes anywhere.
That's strange. He should be here investigating the abduction of a waxwork. Oh well, suppose we'll just have to come back again later. Ah, yes, the heavy curtains in the middle of the House of Horrors. Whatever's on the other side of them, you just know it's gonna be terrifying, don't you?
The sign says it's the Madame Tuspel's special exhibit. It seems you have to pay extra to go inside.
I know! Can you believe that? Pay more money as if we haven't been scared enough already?
It's not my doing, Mr. Naruhodo.
I know, Momo. Very spooky, isn't it? That old policeman isn't here now, obviously. Still can't believe he just happened to be on the jury, though.
I'd understood that London has a population of 6 million people, and yet you do seem to run into the same people disproportionately often, don't you?
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? Almost like we're in a game with limited resources.
Oh, what a horrifying scene! A murderer caught in the grisly act!
I know, and in the case you were wondering, it's the one with the big knife that's supposed to be the killer.
I don't think anybody would be in any doubt about that, Shirley.
Did you know that according to the description, the bathtub in the back has no particular significance?
What? Really? I would have thought it was meant to show that the killer also worked in a bathhouse, peddling criminal wares.
Aha, we have a new theory.
This one's posture reveals his weakness.
Sorry, what?
The killer's stance leaves him wide open to attack. I'm quite sure I could see him off. With a Susato takedown, then a Susato squash, and finally, a Susato smash.
Right, she's scary.
And if that doesn't render the culprit unconscious, a Susato slam should finish him.
A Susato slam.
Oh, I'm sorry, it's rather hard to explain. Leave yourself open slightly and I'll demonstrate.
No? No, thank you. Absolutely not. I'll pass.
Ah, there's a stepladder there, look.
Oh, yes. A stepladder.
I think perhaps we should let the proprietress know that someone left it out. Stepladder, I mean. Is something wrong?
Why do I feel as though I just managed to sidestep an argument? Top for having wrung your hands through every debate about ladders. Beautiful. Got an achievement for that. That's fucking hilarious. Alright. Moving on. We'll have to come back to there. The Forensics Laboratory, a forensic science laboratory in the basement of St. Sinner's Hospital, where Chief Coroner Dr. Sith conducts her work. October, Forensics Laboratory. I believe this is it, Dr. Sith's laboratory. The chemical smell really assaults the nose, and there's plenty to assault the eyes in here too.
It looks as though the doctor isn't here. We're here now, so we may as well do some sightseeing, don't you think?
What a seasoned tourist you've become, Mrs. Otto. We could just have a little look around, being careful not to upset any restless souls. Nice chair.
I suppose this is Dr. Sith's desk.
Ugh, I would not like to work on a place like this. Oh, there goes the cat.
It's very tidy though, isn't it, Mr. Naruhodo? Imagine how efficiently she must work.
The lighting is poor, which is bad for the eyes. And the chemical smell can't be good for you. Not to mention the skeleton watching over you as you work, which is definitely bad for the nerves.
Well, yes, those are valid concerns, I suppose.
I can just cope. I can just about cope with a one-eyed Dodoma doll watching over me, but that's all. Well, look at this. What a magnificent display case. Cherry wood has been polished to a high sheen, and the intricate carving is a joy to behold. Someone's a fan of woodworking. Western cabinet makers really are very skilled, aren't they?
You have nothing to say about the skeleton inside, Mr. Naruhodo.
I'm sure he's trying not to look at it. Mrs. Sato. Can't you tell that I'm trying very hard to avoid talking about the terrifying contents of the case? It's how I cope!
I'll be sure to remember that from now on. That looks like an owl and a crow up there.
I know, and they haven't even twitched since we came in here. I mean, they're clearly taxidermied.
Well, no, they wouldn't have. They're taxidermy mounts, Mr. Naruhodo.
Ugh, I was afraid you were going to say that. Been trying very hard to tell myself they're just sleeping with their eyes opened.
Yes, I think perhaps you were wise to put something like your Dodoma doll out on display in the office instead.
Book? Look at this big, thick book here.
Ah, it appears to be an accounting ledger. It's a record of the forensic investigation team's spending, I think. Oh?
What is it?
It's clear that the team purchases various equipment for supplies on a monthly basis, but... well, one entry seems rather strange.
Really? In what way?
They're buying 500 scalpels every month.
What the That just screams suspicious. 500? Must be working really hard on dissecting corpses.
I don't know. Judicial autopsies are only carried out in certain special circumstances. Scalpel blades can be sharpened, too.
It does seem a bit strange. You're right. 500 scalpels a month? What could they possibly be using all of them for? What are you doing? Sorry, we, had something we wanted to ask you, but you weren't here, so... So you thought you'd snoop around? That's acceptable to you people from the East, is it? Well, what do you want? Lord Stronghart told us you see that it was you who examined the victim's body. Mr. Asmon's body, I mean.
So he came to ask you about your findings, on Lord Strongheart's advice.
Very well. The Lord Chief Justice has given his consent. I'll tell you what our investigation revealed. But when we're done, you must leave immediately. I'm not done looking around. Look at all the bottles on the shelves in these cabinets. What an assortment of chemicals.
These ones here are labeled highly toxic.
That's worrying, because there are also things that look like salt and pepper shakers in there.
Oh yes, and they actually say salt and pepper on them. The doctor probably spends a lot of time in this room, I suppose. Perhaps she has meals here sometimes.
Life goes on, even when you're surrounded by death. A table and a set of sharp tools. When you consider each in isolation, it all looks quite innocent. So why is it when you put them side by side, they seem so horribly disturbing?
It might be best not to ponder it too deeply. Seeing the large tome that's open on the desk does make me wonder, though. How can anybody concentrate on bookwork with this acrid odor of chemicals in the air?
You'd either have to have a cast iron constitution, or a really terrible sense of smell. Look, some people just have high constitution. That's what D&D teaches you. Those large jars seem to have pale things floating around inside of them. I suppose they're fruit liquors or something. Or like pickled umeboshi plums we make back at home. Don't look at them too closely and don't think about it.
Ah, Father had jars like that in his laboratory as well. I expect they're human organs in a preserving solution. Probably as examples of some rare medical condition.
Mrs. Sato, there are some things in the world that it's perfectly fine never to know about. Ever!
Oh!
So as I said, I'm sure they're fruit liquors or umeboshi. Are they?
Of course.
Ryunosuke's just like, look, I don't want to know. I don't want to think about it. Like, I'm just gonna live in the dark. I'm gonna be real dumb about this and not. I don't want to know anything. Like, that's fair. Before we talk to you, I gotta show everyone the armband. Dr. Sith, would you be good enough to take a look at this? Oh, you think I'm good enough, do you? No, I didn't mean... So I'm not good enough? In that case, why would you show me anything? Clearly you're too good for me to show you anything again, ever. Alright, let's talk to you. What were your findings? So, you want to know what the forensic investigation team determined from its examination of the scene? The victim, Mr. Odie Asman, who disappeared from the experimentation stage amid an explosion, and the Mr. Asman who appeared moments later partway up the Crystal Tower, were without question one and the same person. That is the team's conclusion. How? But that can't be right. It was an elaborate trick. We can only speculate about how it was carried out.
Let's see. Two people who looked very similar to each other were involved. They could have made it appear as if one single person had switched places, couldn't they?
Very true. But sadly, in this instance, that was not the case. The man who disappeared and the man who subsequently reappeared were the same person. The fingerprints at the scene make that quite evident. Ah, fingerprints. But not yet officially recognized as forensic evidence in the British justice system. But one day, they'll be used as investigative aid as a matter of course.
Oh my! But that would mean the instantaneous kinesis actually did take place. So, where does that leave us?
My team was tasked with investigating, not drawing conclusions. Instantaneous kinesis is impossible, yet the body did move from one place to the other. This hasn't cleared anything up at all. It's made the whole thing even more of a mystery. Okay. This is a upgraded version of the plague mask. All right. This is a daughter, presumably with a father who may also have white hair and a pale complexion and possibly even a black monocle.
Mama, what's this?
Where did she spring from? And did she just call the doctor Mama? This is a lawyer, dear.
Oh.
Hello, to meet you, pleased to meet you. Yes, I'm a defense lawyer. Do you know
Mama?
Yes.
Can I cut this one up?
You're a violent little girl. What? What do your parents teach? Ah!
I've never seen inside an Eastern person before. I want to know what it looks like.
Of course you can't.
It's a live specimen, as you can very well see. Boring.
You're scary. I think I just had a near-death experience.
Oh dear. Mr. Naruhodo, you're as pale as a corpse.
Then let's leave before I'm mistaken for one. Well, I think we've done all the investigating we can here for now. If we could just determine the whereabouts of Mr. Drebber.
I'm sure Gina and little Toby won't let us down. Now then, you think we ought to try to speak with Mr. Sholmes at this point? We have things to discuss, and I'm dying to meet him again after all these months.
Yeah, it's quite possible he might know something useful. You're right. We ought to find him at Madame Dispel's. He's supposed to be working there as a temporary waxwork exhibit.
Yes, Iris told me all about his latest unusual venture.
Let's run away from the scary family. October, Madame Tussauds, Museum of Waxworks.
Here we are again at the House of Horrors. I'm afraid I haven't gotten used to the place yet. I'd still like to turn on my heels and go straight home. Via the confectionery, of course.
The Sato-san really is after something sweet today, isn't she?
Eek!
What's the matter?
Naruhodo. Look at that waxwork. I'm quite sure it wasn't there before.
Ah, it's just Mr. Sholmes.
It looks exactly like Mr. Sholmes down to the very last detail.
Aha!
What is it?
Oh, sorry. I think you'll find that's the temporary waxwork himself.
Ah, the friend of my dedicated employee.
Oh yeah, hello again. It's Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
I must say, I'm still quite spellbound by the great detective. He is a marvel. My precious waxwork is already back where it belongs.
You don't mean...
But yes, the mystery is solved already.
Wow, Mr. Sholmes can really engage his brain when he's hungry enough.
So as you can see, he has returned to his habitual duties.
Yes, I do see that.
His habitual duties? Hello. Do not disturb, huh?
Of course, it's Sato-san. She looks very perplexed. Sholmes?
You really do need to speak with Mr. Sholmes, and I am longing to say hello again. But where is he?
Just looking at him moving behind her. I think you might find that he's quite nearby, actually.
Oh! What do you...
Indeed, my dear fellows, it is I! Hi, Sholmes. The world-famous great detective in waxwork, Sherlock Sholmes. You gonna scream? That's very natural if you want to scream in this situation. Oh, she fainted. Susato-san! Susato-san! Fainted. He scared her. He gave her quite the fright. My most humble apologies.
I thought I died and gone to eternal paradise for a moment. Near London.
My dear madam, allow me to make amends by offering you a tasty free deduction at some point. As long as it's not of questionable street food quality.
I don't understand. Why are you working as a waxwork here, Mr. Sholmes?
Mainly a secret identity, you understand? Though the case is largely solved now.
Largely solved?
We're talking about the waxwork abduction, I presume? Indeed we are, my good fellow. As I predicted, it was as easy as proverbial pie. Though I confess I'm yet to partake of a pie, proverbial or otherwise. Or any food so far today, for that matter. Do you want to go get some lunch? That stomach rumble echoed around the whole museum. So, how did you manage to solve it so quickly? Oh, well, do remember I said it was largely solved. Anyway, I simply negotiated with the culprit. Are you familiar with the so-called telephone?
Oh yes, it's a most modern invention, allowing you to hold a conversation with people far away. Japan, only the imperial capital and a handful of other cities are connected as yet.
This morning, a telephone call was received here from the perpetrator of the abduction. As such, I was able to negotiate terms, and in the end, the waxwork was returned. That's amazing! Just between you and I, it would appear the culprit had always intended to return the stolen waxwork in any event.
Oh, but I thought whoever was responsible had demanded a ransom, no?
Yes, I think perhaps The ransom demand was necessary to avoid unwanted suspicion regarding the true motive. What was the true motive?
But does that not mean your negotiating was entirely unnecessary?
The fact that I must ask you to keep from Madame Dispel is at all costs. Hungry young Iris awaits my return to Baker Street after all. Poor Iris. Now then, do I sense that you have some business with this great waxwork? I'm gonna regret showing this to you, but I gotta show it again every time. Mr. Sholmes, about this. As you'll see, I'm rather busy at the moment, but it's advice you seek. Come to my office tomorrow and I shall be happy to help you. Shall we say 3 per item as a consultation fee? That's 2 hours of gas, that is. Alright, let's talk about Enoch Drebber. We're in the process of trying to track somebody down. Oh?
Yes, a man by the name of Enoch Drebber. He's the swindler who duped Professor Hairbrain and the engineer who built the kinesis machine.
A swindler and an engineer. Quite the modern man. He also seems to be a conjurer of sorts too, with considerable knowledge of stage magic. We really need to locate him before the trial resumes tomorrow morning. But we have so few clues to go on. That's the trouble. Do you have any good ideas? I have no data yet. It is a capital mistake to have good ideas before one has data. If I knew something of the man's appearance, at least, I may be in a better position to help. Yeah, Drebber's appearance. Fortunately for you, however, presently I have little to occupy myself and little to fill my stomach. As soon as you find any clue, no matter how small, I should gladly give you my thoughts on it. Perfect. Let's talk about Cosmo's death first before I show you the photo. Mr. Sholmes, did you lie to us? My dear Mr. Naruhodo, stay that piercing stare. What is this about?
Last winter, when we were first on our way to Britain aboard the steamship. Your words were very clear. So then, let us unravel this mystery.
Wait, so then let's unravel this mystery and discover what events led to this curious murder.
You told us that it was murder, and you examined Cosmo-sama's body.
Indeed, and wherein lies the problem? We met him earlier today, the victim, Cosmo Asogi. You're quite sure?
He was wearing some sort of mask and was apparently suffering from amnesia. But yes, I'm quite sure. It was Cosmo-sama. You must have known at the time, Mr. Sholmes, that he wasn't actually dead.
Well, I can only assume I was swept up in the murderous atmosphere of the moment. But the fellow wasn't dead at all? Priceless! I don't suppose that performance would pass muster, would it, Mr. Naruhodo? I could believe that the crewman present at the time made a mistake, but not you, Mr. Sholmes. I'll now tell you something of the first importance, my dear fellow. Great detectives are wont to lie. It will serve you well to remember that. Please, Mr. Sholmes. Tomorrow in court, you will find yourselves on the threshold of a very great mystery. For now, I'm afraid that is all I can say. Alright. Here's a photo of Drebber. Let's go back to the current case. Mr. Sholmes, would you cast your eyes over this photographic print?
To Mr. Enoch Drebber. The face of the engineer we seek.
Well, all Englishmen look broadly the same, of course. So looking at the photograph won't be particularly instructive. You all right, Mr. Sholmes? Ah, yes, forgive me. Very interesting, this. Very interesting indeed.
What's wrong, Mr. Sholmes? You turned quite pale all of a sudden.
I have a suggestion, Mr. Naruto. Will you indulge me? Oh, well, what is it? Are you going to tell me to look behind the curtain and look at the waxwork that was returned? Because it might possibly be that the professor is Mr. Enoch Drebber. Because that would be a really convenient connection between these two cases. As I explained to you when you arrived, the missing waxwork has been returned. And I personally reinstalled it in the exhibit from which it was taken. Behind those thick curtains. Oh yeah, the professor exhibit, isn't it? Would you like to see it? For a mere 5 shillings? That's a special one-time only price, you understand? What? The opportunity won't come again, I might add. Wouldn't you like to see the fruits of my labor?
Oh, well, we do have a rather pressing investigation to carry out. Perhaps we could postpone.
The price is a very reasonable 5 shillings. I think you'll find it's well worth it. Drebber's gotta be the professor. There's no way he's not calling it. Are you being quite serious, Mr. Sholmes? Surely you need only look at my expression to ascertain if this is seriousness or silliness. I can never tell with you, Eds. Actually, that's the point.
Very well, it couldn't hurt. Here's your 5 shillings.
Gratefully received. So, the special exhibit awaits behind the curtain. I invite you to peruse it at your leisure. Gonna go back to being a waxwork?
Well, the money's been spent, so let's go and see the special exhibit.
Through those heavy curtains at last. He's gone back to his wax work.
Oh, yes. Mr. Sholmes is renowned as being a master of disguise, you know.
Does pretending to be a waxwork count as a disguise? Apparently it does. Alright, well, sure, that's fine. $5 we've had to pay. Doesn't seem right somehow that Mr. Sholmes slipped the money into his own pocket, does it?
No. Ah! We could ask Gina to retrieve it for us, using her special skills.
Pickpocketing police officers and diddling detectives. Is this what makes Britain great? Not to mention demigod prosecutors taking the law into their own hands, or chip-loving inspectors.
Inspector Gregson comes off rather well in that list, I think.
Sadly, yes. 23rd of October. Madame Tuspel's special exhibit. Prisoner's headless.
Oh dear, I felt a shiver run down my spine as soon as we walked in here.
Why is he headless? Mrs. Sato! I say we turn on our heels and go straight home. Via a really big confectionery.
We certainly can't do that. We've already paid 5 shillings.
True. Actually, now I'm looking a little more closely. Where's his head? Pretty good money to see an exhibit that's clearly incomplete. The nerve of the great diddling detective is far more terrifying than anything else in this place.
This must be what Mr. Sholmes meant when he said the case was largely solved.
Be that as it may, Mr. Sholmes heavily implied there'd be a clue about the engineer in here, didn't he? But where? Since we paid 5 shillings, let's do 5 shillings worth of investigation, shall we?
Yes, we'll get what we paid for.
Is that fear or frustration that's making Susato-san's voice tremble?
This must be the killer, the fiend known as the Professor.
Yeah, I think so. According to what Madame Tispel said, he killed 5 victims, all of noble or royal blood. The waxwork is so lifelike.
The waxwork is so lifelike, isn't it? Like all the models in this place.
I know, it looks like it could start moving at any moment, doesn't it? If only it had a head, that is. Perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail.
So this is the condemned man.
Yeah, the so-called professor.
Then perhaps his head was just chopped off by a guillotine. But unable to find peace, he emerged from his grave as a headless ghost.
Do we have to entertain such terrifying ideas, Mrs. Sato? Anyway, I'm sure the model had a head once. There's a metal fitting for it, see?
Then perhaps Mr. Sholmes absent-mindedly forgot to reattach it?
That's an extremely absent-minded detective you're describing, isn't it?
Or perhaps the thief absent-mindedly forgot to include the head when he or she returned it to the museum?
And that would be an extremely absent-minded thief. There have been some reason why only the head wasn't returned?
Well,
whatever the reason. Means we don't know what the face of the infamous professor looked like, do we? Oh. There's something caught just inside the convict's jacket here. It looks like a piece of broken glass, and quite a big piece, too. They stole a piece of this exhibit to borrow for the illusion. Okay, theory crafting. So it was the real Mr. Asman who stepped into the thing, and then the one that fell from the bird cage. Was like the one that came out of the balloon was just a mannequin, and he was supposed to come out of it later. He did a body switch with the waxwork, except something went wrong and he died. Maybe because the birdcage did fall and get damaged underneath the main stage, maybe that wasn't supposed to happen and that he died in there, and then they just switched the bodies. Maybe Drebber planned to kill Mr. Asman regardless. He set it up. I don't know. Anyway, that's clearly a piece of the crystal tower.
It's very thick, isn't it? About 5 times thicker than normal window glazing, I'd say.
Where could such a thick piece of glass have come from, I wonder?
I suppose it must have been made thick to increase its strength.
But why?
Well, perhaps because the glass had to span a particularly wide area, such as in a big building, for example.
Ah, well, we've seen a large glass building recently, haven't we? And some of the glass was broken too.
You don't mean?
Exactly, the Crystal Tower at the Great Exhibition.
But why would glass from the Crystal Tower be lodged inside this waxwork's jacket?
Makes you think, doesn't it? Small fragment of the very unusual and thick glass that was found in the folds of the clothing of the Professor Waxwork would appear to be from the Crystal Tower. Wait, so if this is the Professor, well, the other waxwork has dark hair, it looks like, unless that's just the lighting. We'll find out. Earlier in court, we established that the kinesis experiment was a trick, and now we discovered this fragment of glass here and this waxwork. Is it just a coincidence? No, probably not. Highly unlikely. Number 139.
This part of the exhibit is just as disturbing as the rest. It looks so real.
Seems to be a young man in a white overcoat.
And he has a large shovel in his hand, too. Look.
Perhaps we should investigate it in a little more detail. What if this is Drebber and he's the one who discovered it? Or something got switched? What's this here?
Well, this would appear to be a lens in the middle, so... I believe it's probably a camera.
A camera? But it's so small. This technology's incredible, isn't it? I mean, what about Mr. Sholmes' skin prints?
I think perhaps you should treat Mr. Sholmes' inventions as exceptions to the rule. But anyway, why would the man be in a graveyard at night with a camera?
I wonder. Perhaps he was trying to capture the moment a dead body came back as a ghost on film.
We'll just borrow this for a little while, I think.
Camera's been added. Camera from around the neck of a waxwork in Madame Dispel's exhibit.
By looking at the photographic plate inside the camera, we can see what picture was taken.
What's a photographic plate?
It's a piece of glass coated in a special emulsion that reacts to the light coming in through the lens. If we open the cover at the back of the camera, we should be able to find it. Let's have a look.
You should see yourself, Sasato-san. Your eyes are shining. You really do like machinery, don't you?
What a large shovel. He's holding it rather ominously, isn't he? What on earth was the man doing with a shovel in a graveyard in the middle of the night?
Mrs. Sato?
Yes?
That's a spade, isn't it?
No, it's a shovel.
No. Shovels are for digging. After skipping up loose material, it's a spade. Oh my god, we're doing it again.
We've been through this, Mr. Naruhodo. It's a shovel.
No. Although, we haven't considered trowels. What's the difference?
We allowed ourselves to be distracted, I feel. Perhaps we should concentrate on what the man was doing with the implement.
So we're gonna bury the hatchet? You're right, though. What was the man doing in the graveyard in the first place? That's the real question. You can't see his face very well, can you? Perhaps if I just...
Oh, do you think you should be manhandling the exhibits, Mr. Naruhodo?
I'll put it back exactly as it was, don't worry.
Ah.
Got the monocle, but the face is very different.
What on earth? How can...
Something's not right here. Wait a minute. Not Trevor. Yeah, it's not Asmon either. Although, I want to look at the camera really quick, actually. Why is there blood on this?
What a wonderful machine.
You really love contraptions like this, don't you?
Oh yes, anything mechanical I find absolutely irresistible.
Almost irresistible, surely.
Well, whenever I see a pocket watch, for example, I can't help myself. I simply have to take it apart.
That's worrying.
Yes, father tells the time by rumblings of his stomach now. He's given up having a watch.
Poor Professor Mikotoba. Why is there blood?
Look, Mr. Naruhodo.
What is it?
On the bellows, just here. There seems to be some very dark red stains.
Yeah, you're right. Looks like blood, actually. Oh, the camera crashed. Alright, hold on. Let me fix this. Ah, there we go.
Oh my.
I'm sure it's not what you're thinking. Ah! Huh. The lens is extended, dark staining is visible on the bellows. Great. Oh look, the cover came open.
Yes, now, there should be a glass plate inside. You have to change the plate with each new photograph you want to take, you see.
Something wrong?
There's no plate. It's been removed.
Oh, what a pity. But I suppose if you think about it, this wouldn't be the actual camera that was used at the time, just like the waxwork isn't the actual person. So we'd never have found a photographic print of the executed convict coming back to life anyway.
Oh, yes, you're quite right, of course.
Of course, it's Sato-san. She looks devastated. I think all we had to find was the blood. Alright, not what I expected. I don't believe it. A black monocle.
Mr. Naruhodo, is it possible that this man is...
No, the hair's too dark. Yes. Well, maybe. Maybe he dyed his hair? It's Enoch Drebber. Oh, he could be older now. Yeah, this could be a young Enoch Drebber. This is an older Enoch Drebber. Interesting. Yeah, because the rest of the outfit matches. Hairstyle is the same, too.
Color of his hair is different, but it's
unmistakably him. But he's the one who found the professor? Indeed it is. Mr. Sholmes. This man is the subject of your present hunt, I believe. Yeah, that's right. Just who is this man? Why is he here in this exhibit? And why does the convict behind him have no head? The head was missing when the model was returned by the thief who stole it. What a surprise. So then, the case isn't yet solved, is it? Did I not say so myself? Largely solved with my words, I believed. But I must locate the missing head tout de suite, as Madame would say, or I'll be grave trouble. I'm very hungry. Iris still awaits my return to Baker Street, preferably with Russians. Ugh.
Do you know, though, something about this room is strange.
Strange? What do you mean?
Well, the displays in the House of Horrors are supposed to depict real events, are they not?
Indeed they are, Mrs. Sato. Do go on.
And as terrifying as they are, the scenes in the other exhibits are believable. But this one... This surely couldn't ever really have happened, could it?
I think it's time I educated you a little about the nature of the incidents involving the professor 10 years ago. Yes, do tell. The resurrecting convict. I believe I told you a little about the professor yesterday, did I not? He took the lives of 5 victims, every one being either a member of the aristocracy all royalty. All were attacked by an enormous hunting hound and had their throats ripped from their bodies.
Oh gosh, an enormous hound?
Oh, awful. Wait a minute. Is this the Hound of Baskerville case? After taking the life of his fifth victim, the killer was apprehended. It was a case of unprecedented magnitude in Britain. You understand? Accordingly... I should have reread that, but yeah. The professor was tried in a closed court. No members of the public were permitted. A closed court? So you mean the professor's identity? As you've surmised, my dear fellow, his identity was never made public. Naturally, he was found guilty and was summarily sentenced to death by hanging. He was buried in a grave at Lowgate Cemetery, which adjoins the rear of the prison where he had been held. However, that was not the end of the affair.
Oh.
The very night he was buried, the convicted man came back to life. Came back to life? He clawed his way out of the ground and emerged into the moonlit graveyard. The exhibit here depicts that very scene as described by the sole witness to those chilling events. There was a witness. But of course, my dear fellow, it was none other than the young man in the white overcoat. Enoch Drubber. You saw it happen? The young witness. So this is a waxwork model of Enoch Drubber. 10 years ago? But I thought this was also from 10 years ago. And his hair's clearly a different color, though. The convicted professor, having been gibbeted and buried, emerged from his grave in the dead of night. Sole witness to that unimaginable scene was this young man. From appearances, I would say he was about 20 years old.
So horrifying.
Scared out of his wits, the young Drubber ran to a nearby police station to report the incident. And the sheer terror of what he'd seen is said to have turned his hair white overnight. Ah, that explains that. Yeah, as shown in the photograph we have of him, his hair is completely white. For the following few days, the story of what he'd seen was on every front page in the capital. The public was frantic for every last detail about the killer who'd come back to life. As you've seen, an exhibit was even created here at Madame Dispel's.
I can quite understand why the man's hair turned white, certainly. But what I don't understand is what Mr. Drubber was doing in the first place. In a lonely graveyard in the middle of the night.
Yeah, what was he up to with a shovel of no less? Following the execution? The professor's acts of terror threw London's upper classes into a complete panic 10 years ago. It was a great scandal, one might say, at the very highest levels of society. And since the killer's identity was never made public, rumors abounded. After all, no killer had ever before systematically employed a dog as a murder weapon. Yeah, I can imagine the impact the case must have had. But in no time, of course, the rumors abated. So too did talk of the shocking witness account of the convict who came back to life. It was forgotten, dismissed as a dubious ghost story, as a preposterous parlor tale.
But why did people stop believing it?
Why? Simply because there was no resurrection to speak of. Ah, I see the ads are playing. Okay, we will pause. We're back. Momo just slammed me in the back of the head with his butt, so that was a thing.
Mr. Stickler shouts. At which point the victim turns his head to look. And the killer fires his pistol. And that's why the bullet hit him in the right temple. No contradictions, right?
We broke something, guys. Trucy became a block of tofu. It's like tofu percent in Resident Evil. We broke her. Tofu, what are you doing in this game? Look, look. Both made by Capcom. Both made by Capcom. I'm just gonna leave it at that. Huh? Could have been lying through my teeth this whole time. I mean, you could have, but listen. Have you tried the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV that comes with a free trial all the way through the award-winning expansion, Heavensward? Have you? I think that would keep you busy.
Oh shit, me, going to 1.
Choco, go to 2.
We're moving.
Oh my gosh.
I got at white.
Oh fuck, I'm dead. I can't.
Got it.
Good shot.
Little early.
I got on the shoulder.
I'm gonna die for Usmorn here, though.
Shit. Oh my god, the 1% is killing me.
Just unload.
Go, 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 go!
Oh, God.
Oh my god.
Just unload.
Yes! Oh my god!
Yeah.
What?
I'll take it!
What?
I'll take it!
What happened?
Yeah.
What happened?
Beam,
Oh, beam.
Beam on me.
beam on me.
When ya?
My God. What? It's too strong.
So happy, yo. He poured
We
it
all
on.
need
Beam.
someone.
Neon.
To be.
I'm so proud of you all.
Bye.
And now I'm back from outer space. I don't want to be DMCA'd though, so I should probably shut my face. Okay, let's continue. Alrighty, I'm back. You guys should be back too. Okay. Alright, picking up where we left off. Oop, hold on. Fix this. That's not the right window. There we go. Why, simply because there was no resurrection to speak of, as was established in fact. What do you mean by no resurrection? Police investigated... Oop, sorry. The police investigated the grave in Low Gate Cemetery and published their findings. The convict's body was found to be buried exactly where it had been following the execution. Like cat hair on my mouth. Got it.
No! But that would mean Mr. Drebber must have lied to the police and the newspapers.
That would appear to be the only logical explanation, yes. The young man subsequently vanished from society and and nothing has been heard of him since. It's rather striking, then, that he should resurface now, don't you think? Of course, the convicted murderer couldn't really have come back to life. That's just not possible. But Drebber's hair is unusually white, and if that really did happen overnight as a result of shock, it's hard to believe the incident was an out-and-out lie. It would also explain why... It would also explain why he's out doing shady stuff, because he can't work properly anymore. I don't know. Anyway.
Ah! Oh, what the bleeding? No! Odo? What have you gone and done?
Gina, what are you doing here?
I asked Iris and she said this is where you be, so... Gina, not so loud in the museum.
Madame Dispels will have you take a position as a waxwork if you're not careful. I think there might be a more pressing concern.
I still had some flash powder left from 6 months ago, so... All right, Gina, we understand. But please, put down the gun. Sorry, I got scared.
You should try being the one on the other end of the barrel. So, what brings you here, Gina?
What brings me here? What do you think?
You found Drebber? Found the lab?
We found it. We found that Dodgeco's workshop.
What? You found Drebber's workshop? What a good dog.
Yup, Toby's nose took me straight there. Boss and the others are heading over there now on a drag, so come on. Here's the address. I got the boss to write it out. Oh, thank you, Gina. We'll make our way there at once. All right, then. See you there.
Nice. Oh, you getting left out? You go. Don't mind me. I'll just be here, being still. Oh, he feels left out. What? I know my place in the exhibit over there.
Oh dear, someone is feeling sorry for himself.
Let's go, Mr. Sholmes, you're coming. Your words hearten me, I must say. If I were to shirk my duties here, Madame would have me pay monetary recompense, and Iris's dinner plate would be empty once more. Forget that! I'll pay everything. Ryunosuke, you should not say shit like that without knowing exactly how much it's going to cost, because you're going to regret this. Then there's not a moment to lose, my dear fellow. I shall hail the carriage at once. No offer to share the cost from Mr. Sholmes, then. Why would he offer to share the cost if he's doing this for the money because he doesn't have any or enough money? Ryunosuke, you really need to think about the situations people are in before you open your damn mouth.
Shall gladly pay half, Mr. Naruto.
Thank God. Thank you, Susato. Someone needs to have the brain cell in this situation. Thank you, Mrs. Sato. Right, let's go. Oh look, there's a prototype. 23rd of October, Enoch Drebber's workshop. That looks like...
Oh, it's another super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine.
Indeed, it would appear so, though only a prototype, naturally.
Oh, so you got here then? Gina, well done for finding this place. And in such little time. You've really worked miracles. It's Toby who's the miracle worker.
Good boy. Why are you scrunching your face like that, Gregson? I thought a lot would show up before long. Hello, Inspector. That's one knitted brow. He looks like he's eating a lemon, not a bag of fish and chips.
So, Inspector, Is there any sign of the engineer?
Sadly not. We didn't find a soul in here.
Oh, what a shame.
Could we find something else for Toby to sniff and use to track down the actual man himself? Well, thank you for letting us know about this place and giving us the chance to investigate. According to what Gina tells me, we only found it thanks to a clue that you lot turned up. I wouldn't want to say go to Paris with a debt of gratitude unpaid now, would I? Thank you. Anyway, if I open to snoop around in here, I'd get cracking. Lord Van Zeeks and the forensic investigation team are on the way here as we speak. Them again. Imagine you've got the picture by now. They don't take too kindly to lawyer types. Right. So then, my dear fellow, let's turn this place upside down whilst we have the chance. And you, shows. Pardon? I take out even less kindly to great detectives than I do to lawyers. Very droll, Gregson, very droll. But you may consider me nothing more than an inconspicuous waxwork model. Right then, let's see what we can find in here. Time to snoops.
I'm sorry, Mr. Naruhodo. That machine is covered by Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. There'd be serious repercussions if you were to examine it from the Crown and the government.
Well, those two don't seem to be holding back.
It's quite hollow inside. No working parts or devices of deception to be seen, my dear fellow.
All loose change dropped on the floor, nothing. Not even a bone for Toby here, my dear fella. British people are very much ruled by their own ideals, aren't they?
I think that's just these two, Mrs. Otto. What on earth is this?
An aeroplane, Mr. Naruhodo. One day, scientists believe it will allow humans to fly freely in the skies.
Is that how the trick will be described, is it?
Sorry?
Well, it's actually suspended by a thin but very strong cable, isn't it?
Oh, well, this model is, yes, but a real airplane would actually fly in the sky.
While suspended from somewhere even higher in the sky, of course. Because large metal objects obviously can't really stay in mid-air unsupported.
So to you, the solution is ever taller towers?
He just doesn't understand science, okay? What's this? A trophy?
Oh, this appears to be most interesting.
Yes, most interesting indeed, wouldn't you say? It's an unimpressive looking back massager, that's for sure. Where do you live, Ryunosuke? Under a rock? I have no doubt that if you hit your shoulders a few times with that, your aches and pains would soon go away.
It's a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science. A young scientist could wish for no higher honor. Ah. Would you like a massage?
No, I'm fine, thank you. I had no idea it was such a grand thing.
I think it's becoming increasingly clear. But there's much more to this Mr. Enoch Drebber than conjuring tricks.
I couldn't agree more, my dear madam. And how about you, Mr. Naruhodo? Wouldn't you like to take it with you? For your tired shoulders, of course.
He's not gonna let that go, is he? You deserve it.
It's curious though, isn't it? You would expect such an important trophy to be proudly on display somewhere, not haphazardly cast aside.
Well, a mockery was made of him and he was called a fraud for reporting what he had seen.
English gentlemen can be quite a mystery at times.
The science trophy? A Royal Society trophy for excellence in science that was found in Mr. Drebber's workshop. It's a very prestigious award for a young scientist. We'll have to look at that more closely in a bit. This is... It's a European-style quiver of arrows with steel bolts inside.
Oh, do you suppose?
Crossbow bolts, these. And just the right size for the bow you lot turned up at the exhibition grounds. In other words... Yup, that's more evidence to support your theory. That all goes to show that Drebber was the one pulling the strings behind the scenes of the whole scam. It belongs to Mr. Enoch Drebber. Okay, we updated the crossbow. What's back here? This door doesn't want to open. Yeah, looks like it's got a pretty hefty lock on it. There's a specialist locksmith on his way over from the yard, so hands off until he gets here. With permission, Inspector, I could have that lock open in less than a minute. Well, you don't have permission, and no one's giving it to you. Gregson looked as though he really enjoyed that. I mean, fair. He gets a lot of shit.
Well, there's no sound of anybody on the other side.
No, Drebber must have fled at the first sign of danger. We were saying?
Oh.
Something wrong, Miss Susato?
Well, I thought I heard a noise from the far side of that door. Well, Gina, did you hear it too? Yeah, I heard it and all. What do you reckon, Toby?
Toby's a good boy. White, mind the grease! Whoever's in there, open up! This is Scotland Yard! Well, now they're fucking running away. Somebody go outside. There's another door in there. They clearly just left.
Oh my, someone is in there.
Ah, this rotten bleeding lock! My dear Gregson, as I said only minutes ago, if only it were countenanced, I could unlock that door in less than a minute. Just do it. Fine, I'll take the rap for it. Just get us through that blasted door. And it's open. There, you may enter at will. You've confused minutes with seconds, I think. Let's go. Time is of the essence, I feel. What are we waiting for? Nothing for it, I suppose. There's an emergency. There's a strong possibility that beyond that door is the engineer you'll seek. Be prepared for action, my dear fellow. Yes. Everything's been turned over. Walking on the ceiling! How? Does this room turn? Is this room able to rotate somehow? The fuck? Yeah, because everything's upside down, so it has to be... This is trippy. I feel like... But that doesn't make any sense with... I'm so confused right now. What's happened in here? Why is everything upside down?
Rots! I ain't no one in here after all! But there must be. It's only moments ago that we heard these noises.
Maybe that was the sound of Drebber running away.
But there's only one door into this room.
And no windows that could afford an escape route. Those skylights are too high. Not if the room somehow rotates. Which is a little mind-boggling right now. What's that up there? Are they footprints on the ceiling? Follow me. What do we have here then? That looks like dynamite in the middle of the room. Looks like someone was trying to burn something in a hurry.
Oh, that looks like a set of blueprints.
To what? But that Professor Hairblade's balmy machine, is it? Blimey! With these, there'd have been no need to muck about trying to investigate all that scrap metal. There's something of great great interest here, too. This rope was lying on the floor at the foot of that pillar. Oh, so it must have been hooked to one of the beams and then he walked upwards. But then that doesn't explain why all the furniture is upside down. I'm so confused. Very confused. A rope? What's significant about that? Never mind. You see, but you do not observe, Mr. Naruhodo.
We must investigate the room thoroughly, and before the forensic investigation team arrive too.
A safe. It's bolted to the floor. That's a very large safe. I don't suppose even Mr. Sholmes could open that lock. Although, if you were a thief, you could just steal the entire thing, I suppose. Not if it's bolted.
It's bolted to the floor to prevent exactly that sort of underhanded trick, Mr. Naruhodo.
Also, safes are very heavy. Well then, you could just steal the floor as well, I suppose. No! Come on.
I'm sorry, but you really aren't making any sense at all. Anyway, I think we can agree that whatever's inside must be very important.
That's a really lovely model. It looks just like a real flying balloon.
I think it's probably staying aloft on the same principle as a full-size balloon, using gas.
A green flying balloon. It does have the hallmarks of that amazing deception at the Great Exhibition, doesn't it? Could it be that the whole thing was planned here in this very workshop? Yeah, definitely, for sure. There's no denying it, is there? They're footprints.
Yes, it would appear so. But I simply can't imagine how they came to be there.
Isn't there a Susato shoot-up or something? Like a Susato takedown, I mean?
I'm no Wonder Woman, Mr. Naruhodo.
That would make her almost superhuman, I suppose. Rather, that would make her almost superhuman.
Almost every piece of furniture is upside down.
Even Mr. Sholmes' suite is never in this much of a mess.
You're in no position to comment on mess, Mr. Naruhodo.
But I suppose it's not quite the same thing, is it? I mean, it's not messy in here per se, it's that everything is literally upside down.
But why?
Mr. Sholmes, have you found something? I'm concerned about what you found, actually.
Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, in point of fact, something rather fascinating.
What do you make? This. It looks like a bunch of dynamite, and I feel like we should run. I'm scared. Let's see. I've never seen anything like it before. Oh, God. Looks like a bundle of thick cigars wrapped up in a large watch to me. Mrs. Sato, what's the matter?
That's a... Surely that's a time bomb, isn't it?
What? Did you say?
Time bomb?
Oh my God, she's the only one who understands. Sorry, but what is a time bomb exactly? What? You truly are one of a kind, Mr. Naruhodo. Don't take that as a compliment.
Huh? You don't know nothing, do you, Odo?
You haven't got a clue what it is either, have you, Gina? I invite you to consult the dictionary later, Mr. Naruhodo. But this particular specimen is no time bomb, though I confess it has a very similar appearance.
Oh, well, thank goodness, but then, what is it?
I see.
So that's it. Goodness, Mr. Sholmes, have you seen to the heart of the matter?
There are times when I consider my lot most unfair. or I'm fated never to know how it feels to flounder as you do when a puzzle presents itself. But I have learned to accept the hardships that come with being a great detective, Mrs. Sato. Ah, here we go. I feel a great deduction coming. Once again, I can draw two conclusions from the scene we see before us. The first is that the inverted nature of the furniture in this room is the work of Drebber himself.
Oh, but how could you?
And the second conclusion is that the small device on the floor there is without question completely genuine. Now, it looks like a bunch of painted paper towel tubes, cardboard tubes. Budget pipes even, you could say. Made to look like a bunch of dynamite so that we would run away, as I was thinking about doing.
Please, Mr. Sholmes, you must explain everything.
It would be my pleasure. After all, it is a great detective's civic duty to teach Scotland Yard the finer points of the trade. Oh, his face is super scrunched up. Well, Inspector Gregson seems delighted with the idea anyway. One second. That's not the right hand. Oh. Not what I was expecting to find. There we go. I just need to put a compression glove on really quick. Find the right one.
Oh, you deflected the inspector's glare with such fortitude there, Mr. Sholmes. Well done.
You're too kind, my dear madam. I hereby dedicate this great deduction to you. Kindly stand just there, Mrs. Sato.
Oh, yes. I'd be delighted.
So, shall we begin? Once again, Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Oh, here we go. The great deduction. The game is afoot! Flipped furniture. It's plain to see that this room is in complete disarray. The bed, the tables and chairs, the lamp. Everything is upside down. Almost as if every item in the room had until recently been happily positioned on the ceiling, before falling straight down onto the floor. Before falling.
Every item in the room is on the ceiling. Are you suggesting that?
Oh look, the combination to the safe. Now I just feel like everything was flipped upside down so that he could look for the combination to the safe. Indeed, the key here is gravity. It would appear that technologies at last succeeded in freeing us from the great pull of the earth. I don't think this is what happened. But the gravity in this room was reversed and then suddenly restored to normality.
Goodness.
The inverted furniture clearly reveals the truth about the part of gravity played in this whole business. I don't know about that one. I quite understand your skepticism, Mrs. Sato. I too was incredulous at first. However, my conviction in my analysis was cemented when I observed this. An anti-gravity device almost identical to one that featured in a dream of mine only the other day, in fact. That's not what that is. That's a bunch of cardboard tubes painted red.
But But then why does it have a clock on it?
Most relevant question indeed. That is a timing device that controls when the gravity direction will switch. That was clearly a requirement for the engineer to be able to restore normal gravity automatically. And the commotion we heard earlier from the other side of the door was the moment that restoration occurred. Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the anti-gravity device. So, you see, we need to look no further to explain the state in which we now find this room. The direction in which gravity acts in here was reversed by Mr. Drebber, before being restored to normality in an automatic fashion sometime later by the timer device. I witnessed precisely this scene in a dream I once had when I fell out of bed. Because gravity was reversed. Now, I don't think that's the case. Alright, missing engineer. Now let us consider the next conundrum. What was our engineer friend's aim? Indubitably, the greatest clue we have to explain his actions is above our heads.
Yes, how's it possible that there are footprints all the way up there on the ceiling?
Question whose answer will lead us neatly to the truth, my dear madam. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby skylight. Of course, Drebber's aim was singular: to escape. However, there's but one way into this room, excepting the skylight, that is.
Ah.
By inverting the gravity in here, Drebber was able to fall conveniently to the ceiling and make his escape via the otherwise inaccessible skylight, leaving those footprints behind on the way.
But the ceiling in here is very high, Mr. Sholmes. If the gravity reversal was sudden, wouldn't Mr. Drebber have fallen up to the ceiling rather violently?
Falling up is both scientifically and philosophically a rather interesting concept, I feel. But the man was cornered with nowhere to run, so escape through the skylight was his only option. May recall that I found this in the room earlier, which I believe offers a solution.
Oh, the rope!
To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this rope? By anchoring one end to the wall, the man was able to lower himself safely to the ceiling. Are we sure he didn't just use the rope with the hot air balloon to get to the skylight? Or just use the rope to climb up the wall? Which explains how Drebber was able to escape this room before arrival. He reversed the pull of gravity and fled via the skylight. And personally, I should very much like to reverse the pull of gravity again now, just for fun. Escaped via the skylight. Thus concludes Alex Sholmes' great deduction of this topsy-turvy puzzle. She's completely spellbound. Mr. Sholmes, there's just one thing that troubles me. And expect nothing less. You're destined to be troubled by just one thing for the rest of your life. Thing is such a thing actually possible? An anti-gravity device, I mean. I would say that with this man's current scientific knowledge, at the turn of the 20th century, it's no more possible than instantaneous kinesis. Your whole deduction hinges on it! Ah, but my dear fellow, when you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Yes. However improbable it may seem, he said the thing.
It's a marvelous line, wouldn't you agree? One of my more enduring pearls of wisdom. Sure. Had Iris come up with the exact phrasing, my original was clumsy. Yes, I have a feeling I've read it in something that Mrs. Sato lent me once.
Objection! Actually, there is one other thing, Mr. Sholmes.
Ah, the spell's broken at last.
The rope you found was on the floor, wasn't it?
Indeed it was, in lonely coils near the wall.
But if Mr. Drebber had used it to escape in the way you described, wouldn't it still be tied to the wall?
Mysteries inevitably unravel in the end, as I think you'll find do ropes. And as evidence of such, you need only look at the mystery we face in this room, now skillfully unraveled. Our argument is as circular as the coils of rope.
I think perhaps we might need to give Mr. Sholmes the usual little helping hand. Sure, with some minor corrections, the great detective's great deduction will lead us to the truth.
Yeah, you're right. And we must do it quickly before Enoch Drebber gets too far away. You're ready then? Let's resume. Sherlock Sholmes' logic and reasoning spectacular. Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Alright, the room was in disarray. Bed, table, and chairs, lamp. It's all upside down! Everything in the room had been positioned on the ceiling or falling straight to the floor. Nope.
Every item in the room was on the ceiling. Are you suggesting that?
The key is gravity. Acknowledges the last succeeding fingers from the great pull of Earth. Gravity's reversed, suddenly restored. Here we go.
I think gravity could have been reversed in this very room. I find the whole idea utterly enthralling. Only Mr. Sholmes could conceive of such an explanation.
But the man himself admitted it was a scientific impossibility, so...
Yes, you're quite right. We must completely discount the idea at once.
Oh, that's unusually merciless of you, Mrs. Sato.
When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. The great detective himself said so, didn't he?
While refusing to part with his dreams of anti-gravity devices, yes.
Yes, I suppose so.
Well, let's see if examining this topsy-turvy scene a little more closely reveals some proof that shows exactly what the gravity in this room was or wasn't doing.
Well, the furniture in here is very conspicuously upside down, certainly.
Yeah, it does immediately put you in mind of some strange quirk of gravity, I admit.
Could it be a mini whirlwind pass through here, do you think?
No. I'm not sure that's much more plausible than Mr. Sholmes' explanation.
Oh dear, saying the first thing that comes into your head isn't the way forward here, it seems.
Oh, there we go. I can turn it. Large safe. Ah, look, Mrs. Sato. When everything seems to be upside down in here, the safe is conspicuously the right way up. Have you noticed?
Yes, that's true. But look more closely at the safe's feet.
Ah, that's a lot of very large bolts fixing it to the floor. Think before you speak. That's what you wanted to say, isn't it? I really put my foot in my mouth there.
I certainly didn't say that.
Oh, this is not upside down, though. Well, well, well. I wasn't expecting to find a pretty bunch of flowers in here, that's for sure.
Ah, look at that.
I know. That slender little vase looks like it's about to topple at any moment, but the flowers are thriving. Somewhat makes you think of the fragility of life, wouldn't you say?
Be honest, Mr. Naruhodo. Something else about it made a rather deeper impression on me.
The fact that it's not broken.
Take that!
The upright vase clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in this whole business. On my word, Mr. Naruhodo, you've surpassed yourself by completely turning my argument on its head. Trying to impress your assistant here, perhaps? No one's trying to steal your spotlight here, Mr. Sholmes. Trust me. As you rightly say, though it appears at first glance that all the furniture in the room is upside down. Is this unassuming slender vase is standing keenly in attention. And unlike the large safe, there's nothing affixing it to the floor. And it's the exception that breaks the rule. Short much as it pains me. And gravity in this room was never inverted at all. My deepest sympathies for your loss.
Oh, poor Mr. Sholmes.
But the show must go on, so let us continue with our deductions. Now that we know the contrivance is in fact not an anti-gravity device, there remains but one other possibility. You don't say. Someone deliberately turned over every piece of furniture in here. Which might sound obvious, but leaves one mystery very much unsolved, namely, why would anyone choose to do that? Quite, and naturally there is an explanation. Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the anti-gravity device. He's absolutely determined that this device must have something to do with it, isn't he?
I'm afraid the lure of an exciting scientific explanation is too strong.
Well, there's no doubt that somebody did this. Somebody turned all the furniture over. Whoever it was must have had a reason.
Afraid nothing comes to mind at all, though.
Well, let's look around and see if the answer presents itself. I already know where I'm looking. Hey, look, a safe combination. Look, there's something written on the underside of this armchair.
Oh yes, safe 432582.
Safe, as in safe and secure?
As in securable lockbox, I think.
Admittedly, more likely.
Well, there's a large safe bolted to the floor on the other side of the room, so yes.
So you mean this number would let us open it?
I wonder why it's written here, though.
We'll just present that. We know it's the case. Let's go. Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the safe combination. Precisely, I believe, Mr. Naruhodo, that you had a very similar experience once, did you not? Yeah, last year, when I bought a lottery ticket and noticed the ticket number down on the inside of a cover of a book just in case. That's it, for people are forgetful souls at heart and always make a written note of important information.
Just keeping the ticket itself safe would be more sensible, I think.
And what pray happened next, Mr. Naruhodo? When the day of the draw came round, I'd forgotten which book I'd written the number in and had to turn my room upside down to find it. That's it, for people are forgetful souls at heart and always forget when they've noted things where they've noted things down.
Not if you always note things in the same place.
I actually won the second prize, you know. But I couldn't remember which magazine I'd slipped the ticket into, so I had to turn my room upside down. Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo, but I believe I've proved my point now. Which is that a very similar scenario was clearly unfolded in this room. Finding himself requiring access to the safe, the occupant of this room needed the combination code. He remembered that he'd written it on the underside of a piece of furniture, but forgot which one, leading to the state in which we now find the room. Yes, Mr. Drebber returned all the furniture in here in a desperate hurry to locate the combination code that would unlock the safe. To find the safe combination. There we go. So where did he go? Alright, where did he go? The greatest clue is the footprints, yep. How did those get up there? The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the skylight.
Well, if a change in the direction of gravity can explain it, then how did those footprints get there?
Yeah, I feel as though that particular mystery has just become even harder to solve.
Can't think of another way to explain it at all. Life was much simpler.
Hold up.
Life was so much simpler in those halcyon days when gravity could be reversed.
It was minutes ago, and those halcyon days never existed in the first place.
Well, I suppose we must simply put our faith in Mr. Sholmes and observe the area in more detail.
Putting our faith in Mr. Sholmes is what gets us into these situations in the first place. It's a gas balloon, isn't it? It's tiny, but it does seem to be a real balloon.
Yes, I think you're right. I think it's helium that's keeping it up.
A green gas balloon. Why does that seem to ring a bell with me?
You can see there are footprints on this balloon too. Look.
Oh yeah, surely that's a clue, isn't it? Though, what it tells us, I'm not sure. And there's a shoe up here for some reason. Hard to believe, but there's a shoe up there, look.
Oh yes, and there are more footprints on this little balloon too. Perhaps the shoe was thrown up there and became lodged, do you think?
If so, then judging from the number of footprints, it must have been thrown up several times. Why would anyone be throwing shoes up at the ceiling, though?
Oh dear, that's beyond me, I'm afraid.
Why are the footprints up here? It's either because of the shoe or because of these footprints on the balloon. Well, let's point out the shoe. Because there's a shoe up there for some reason. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby shoe. On closer inspection, there are clearly footprints all over the balloon as well. In other words, the aim was never the skylight at all, but the balloon.
But for what purpose?
A green balloon? That seems somewhat familiar data.
It's a piece of green balloon's envelope that Mr. Naruhodo and Iris found at the scene.
And yet inside the green balloon that Master Gotts claims he saw above the stage when the incident occurred was a second birdcage, the crux of the whole instantaneous kinesis deception.
You mean to say?
We assume the balloon here is a model of the one used on the day. There's a strong possibility something may be concealed inside of it. Something our absconder was so desperate to retrieve before making a hasty getaway. But the balloon's out of reach. And Spy resorted to a projectile, namely the shoe. Most probably Drebber intended to tear a hole in the envelope by assailing it with the shoe. However, his efforts were thwarted when the shoe itself became a prisoner of the lofty heights.
Oh dear, desperately need to examine that balloon. If only there was some way we could see inside.
You may recall that I found this in the room earlier, which I believe offers a solution. Are we gonna lasso the balloon down?
Oh, the rope!
To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this rope?
Mr. Schultz has managed to bring the deduction back to this rope.
Alright, I have to admit, that was clever. Can we just throw the rope up to the balloon and then pull it down to us on the ground?
Which is much easier said than done, I feel. It could take us a very long time as well.
True. Perhaps we need a more surefire method. In fact, we already have one, of course, don't we? Crossbow!
Take that!
Why don't we just shoot it down? To reach the intended destination, what better tool than the crossbow?
It was found at the scene, in fact.
And in all likelihood belongs to Mr. Drebber.
The man had only brought it away with him that day. Could have avoided losing a shoe at such a critical time as this. So, shall we? Your curiosity is deeply stirred, no doubt, my dear fellows. What is it that Enoch Drebber has hidden inside that balloon? The mannequin head? This is for the waxwork. It seems like face must have been melted off. What the? A waxwork? Indeed it is. A waxwork head inside a metal mask. A mask that is shut tight and fastened with a strong and quite impenetrable lock.
So we can't see the face inside, that means. Oh. Or maybe it's the hidden prisoner's face because we don't know what he looked like. We don't know what the professor looked like.
Just a moment, this is the head of a waxwork model. What's that mean? Oh goodness.
I see you've joined the dots, Mrs. Sato. Excellent.
Ah, of course, a headless waxwork model. The case of the abducted Madame Dispel's model that you've largely solved. It was only the head of the killer that was still missing.
Indeed it was. But I do believe Madame Dispels will now have to settle her sizable account with me. This, as you have now surmised, is the head of the infamous professor.
Yes.
But why is it here?
This conclusively confirms my suspicions. The man responsible for stealing the professor from Madame Dispels and returning at Sans Tête earlier today was none other than Enoch Drebber.
This is incredible. Professor Harebrain's case and the waxwork abduction they're inextricably linked by Enoch Drebber's workshop.
Well, it appears our logical pleasure cruise has come to an end, my dear fellows. All that remains is, yes, to speak with the architect of this adventure.
The architect? You mean Mr. Drebber?
As it seems quite impossible that he escaped via one of the skylights, obviously the man must still be here in the room. What? His location should be abundantly clear. You simply reflect on the journey we've made together during this deduction.
Is he in the safe? And if so, how? Yeah, Drebber's right here, somewhere in this room.
So, Mr. Naruhodo, will you do the honors?
Yeah, of course. Mr. Drebber's hiding place must be in the... Is he in this big cabinet here? The wardrobe? You need to hide. There's no better place than a wardrobe. I stand firmly by that.
Ah, yes, you had some experience with that yourself a year ago, didn't you?
Find him in there, mark my words. He'll be curled up in a ball, trembling and hungry. In fact, my own hand is trembling just thinking about making the discovery.
Never mind, Mr. Naruhodo. He could be hiding somewhere else, you know.
Look at all that mess in front of the safe.
Yes, plans and accounting ledgers.
Almost as if somebody was in a hurry to empty the contents of the safe, in fact. hate that we're gonna look in here. Fine.
Take that!
Before we gained access to this back room, we heard noises from in here. Which tells us that the engineer was still in the building at that point in time. He was, in fact, searching for the combination to a safe. And pressed for time, made no attempt to right the furniture that he turned in the process. From which we can deduce that his search for the combination happened very recently indeed. In summary, Mr. Enoch Drebber is at this very moment inside the safe. Thus concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of this topsy-turvy puzzle. One of your favorite moments in the game's coming up? Ooh, exciting. Are you in the safe? Is there even air in there? Elementary! So, Mr. Naruhodo? I think perhaps it's time we ended this game of hide and seek, don't you? By opening the safe, you mean? What else? Let's see. The combination was
432582.
I knew that! Alright then, here goes. Hey, buddy! Found me. Okay. You're very mechanical. What the fuck? What are you doing? Hello, Mr. Roboto? Hello? Right then, sir. Mr. Enoch Drebber, I presume? Correct. You'd better start talking. You tricked Professor Hairbrain with that bogus machine you built.
And she'll have to explain the theft of the waxwork from Madame Dispels as well.
Whilst I would be delighted to answer your many questions. Personally, I would advise that you deactivate my little parcel first. Deactivate?
Your puzzle?
I prefer, of course, to the time bomb. I left it in a most prominent position. Isn't that just a bunch of spray-painted cardboard tubes?
Ah!
Ha ha ha. I see. Stunned in silence. You're all gearing up to die with me then. No! Rolled out of a safe, does a little dance, and then one of the best songs in the series starts playing. This guy... That was something special.
Mr. Shelms, with only 7 seconds left to spare.
That's too close for comfort. I got 1 foot in the grave already. Are you trying to help us get a killer or get us killed?
Mr. Shelms' deductions can be completely life-altering, can't they?
Well, my dear fellows, that was a close shave. Where did he go? The resemblance to an anti-gravity device is really quite startling, I must say.
Anti-gravity devices don't exist.
I wouldn't push it, Mr. Sholmes. Did we let the dude... Did we let Mr. Roboto run away? Oh, no, he's still there. Okay, cool. I'm gonna show you my armband. Am I surprise you to learn that I'm actually a lawyer from the Empire of Japan. I detest lawyers. They wield so-called special powers in an attempt to grind down our freedoms. Yes, let me be quite clear. I detest lawyers very much. This is a very fun song. Any chance two negatives make a positive? What happened here? What on earth happened in here? You've found me, haven't you? No need to screw me down any further. This dude is some kind of special. Everything in here is precisely what it seems. Ah, well, we'll be giving it a thorough going over. Don't you worry, Trevor. What fails to click with me is how you were able to locate my workshop. That I was not expecting. When I heard whistling from the other room, I knew it was time to bolt.
Whistling?
Oh, that would have been me.
Oh,
For some reason, I woke in a fine fiddle today. No words, just tightly squeezed chips. Clearly, I must have a screw loose, though, as I couldn't remember the combination for the safe. And another one loose, as I couldn't remember on which piece of furniture I'd written it down. We also found a rope over by the wall. Ah, yes. I had hoped to exit through the skylight, but sadly, the rope was too short. So, I then set about searching for the combination code to open the safe. And burning through the incriminating blueprints, don't forget. Regrettably, though, you failed to retrieve the head from the balloon among the rafters. And after that, you hid yourself inside the safe, having first set this parcel ticking. Well, I had no intention of being nailed by the police. Talk about your time bomb. He does look really cool, though, with the clockwork hand. Got a death wish, have ya? Hiding right beside a ticking time bomb. Please, why do you suppose I chose to hide inside the safe? It's no ordinary safe. It's specially designed. A dynamite explosion wouldn't leave a scratch on it. So, in fact, the safe was the only safe place. Oh my god. Precisely.
but once you'd climbed inside, you wouldn't have been able to get out again.
I invite you to look more closely. The safe is fitted with a handle on the inside to allow the door to be unlocked from within. Ah, so it is. I had always intended to blow this place to smithereens in any case. I just wasn't expecting uninvited guests to come along and screw up my plans. Do you mean to say you're planning to blow us all up? No. No. That was unforeseen. What do you mean? Most people run, you see, when they see a ticking time bomb at their feet. Ah. So it was real dynamite? It looked really fake, though. It looked like cardboard tubes. I called the time required for a retreat to a safe distance. I calculated the time required for retreat to a safe distance and set the device accordingly. But your seemingly endless discourse in here threw a spanner in the works. Something wrong, Gregson? Do I have something on my face besides the usual eyes, ears, nose, and mouth? Gregson's just like, you almost got us killed, you piece of shit. I think we have a fairly good idea of what's been going on here now. But what about the 2 incidents you've evidently been involved in recently? Professor Harebrain's instantaneous kinesis experiment at the Great Exhibition, and the waxwork model you stole, which this head belongs to. That's no ordinary head, you know. That's the head of the professor, clad in a mask with a lock so strong, unable to open it to safely reveal the killer's identity. I've been considering carrying it around as protection. After all, that's enough. What's going on here, Gregson? I'm sure you're aware that I have sole jurisdiction to investigate here. Yes, well. Dr. Sith again, so the forensic investigation team are here. You know full well this engineer is a key witness. Why are you allowing this lawyer access to him? When Lord Strongheart knew of this, you'd be finished. Poor Gregson. You lot, leave at once. My dear madam, there's no need for such a threatening tone, I assure you. After all, that's no way to greet an old acquaintance, is it, Dr. Sith? You're acquainted. Hello, Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes knows Dr. Sith? With protecting the machine next door that's causing such a sour expression on your face, you are quite misguided. It's really nothing more than a shell, you... Get out! But of course, we'll show ourselves the door. See you haven't softened at all. Mr. Naruhodo? Yes? It would appear that a delightfully entertaining investigations have run their course for today. But Mr. Sholmes! Let us leave this place in the doctor's capable hands. Said, get out! Now! All of you! Your presence here is not required either, Gregson. Understood. I'll just say one thing before I head off. If it wasn't for this lawyer and his companions, we'd never have found this place, and the whole workshop would have been blown to bits. There was a time bomb set in here that this lot disarmed. Spectre! Something giving you a chuckle, has it, Drebber? So sorry. Didn't mean to offend. You're quite right, of course. You did disarm the time bomb, didn't you? Yes. Did disarm that one. What? What are you... That one? You mean... Ah, shit, we should run. Oh, bloody fuck. There's another one. Oh my god. You evil, evil man. It was an hour later than we heard the news. With the enormous explosion that ripped through the experimentation stage at the Great Exhibition. Professor Harebrain's invention, and all of its secrets, blown away forever. Holy shit. I legitimately thought that was a fake bomb. I was just like, those look like cardboard tubes. Apparently it was very real. Maybe that's just how he makes them, using cardboard tubes as the shell. I don't know, but that is where we're going to call it for today. It's been quite a long time. That was 4 hours for the investigation, which is about an hour longer than I thought it was going to be. Keeps getting longer and longer, but we got a lot of info out of that. I don't quite know how this is gonna play out, especially because now there was an explosion. We're just like, getting little breadcrumbs about what's really going on in the overarching story. And then, oh, Cosmo's gonna be in the trial tomorrow? Man. There's gonna be some interesting stuff happening here soon. I feel like it's really ramping up now. But yeah, we're gonna stop for today, so we're gonna have to wait till next week to find out where exactly we're going on this wild roller coaster ride. So hey, thanks all for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream. There's some crazy stuff going on. I'm looking forward to next week. Yeah, thanks to all the lurkers, chatters, VoD watchers, 21 Snakes. Thanks for coming by. Much appreciated. Yeah. So we'll resume next week. We'll figure out what's going on next week with Cosmo-sama at the very least, hopefully. I don't know how many more breadcrumbs we're going to get on the overarching story, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. For now, have a great night, everybody. Have a great rest of your week. Thank you so much for going on this journey with me. I look forward to seeing what's in store for us. Next stream will be... This will be next week, of course. Saturday, whenever I finish chores. We started a little bit later than I wanted to today because chores took long. But before that, we'll probably be doing something tomorrow. I think we might do a spooky game, and then Monday will be Kaizo, Morimori on probably Thursday, and then, yeah, we'll see what happens. But for now, have a great night, everybody. Have a great rest of your weekend. And I look forward to seeing you guys next week so we can wrap up this case. Hopefully, maybe, possibly. Seems like. Can't imagine there's much more for us to investigate, so tomorrow's trial has to be the last one. But yeah, I'll see you guys next week for a thrilling conclusion of this case, and then we'll go from there. Have a good night, everybody. Thank you again. Much appreciated. I'll see you guys then. Bye bye!